Everyone, good evening, namaskar, and welcome back to day three of our symposium or workshop on Buddhist responses to war and violence. Over the last 2 days, we mapped uh, uh, our uh, our historical frameworks and ethical foundations. And today we shift our lens from external actions to the internal mechanisms of the mind. We are diving deep into Buddhist epistemology, specifically looking at how the way we perceive reality can either lock us into cycles of conflicts or pave the way for peace. In session 5, our focus today centers on Praman or valid cognition and groundbreaking Apoha theory, Apohavad, which is called in Hindi. So, Professor Prashant Shukla sir will chair the session. Professor Shukla was promoted to the full-fledged professor only this week. So, I congratulate him from the entire team of this workshop. Sir, many congratulations to you. And he is a professor at the University of Lucknow, Department of Philosophy. And Professor Shukla is also a fellow of the American Philosophical Practitioners Association and is actively involved in various academic bodies. His research interests include Indian and Western philosophy, postmodernism, and ethics. We have two presentations in this session. First is by Professor Gyan Prakash sir, who is an associate professor and currently head of the department in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Dhanbad, where he has been teaching since 2014. He received his PhD in early Buddhist philosophy from IIT Bombay in 2012, following an MA and BA in philosophy from Banaras Hindu University. He will be speaking on Praman, perception, and inference. Our second speaker is equally brilliant and versatile too, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay, who is an associate professor in the Department of Philosophy, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha. He also earned his PhD from Banaras Hindu University, and he will be speaking on two topics. Number one, Apoho theory, and number two is comparative session, which is the comparative study between Nyaya and Buddhist debate. So now I will invite the session chair, Prashant sir, on the virtual dais, and both the speakers in the virtual dais. Over to you, sir.
Uh, Welcome to the third day of the 4-day international workshop on exploring Buddhist philosophy and its responses to war and violence. Today's session is very special for me for multiple reasons, but two are primary. Number one, apart from the practical and the pragmatic aspect, now we are entering into the hardcore philosophical discussion. And number two, we have two erudite and very well-known scholars in their respective genres. Dr. Gyan Prakash ji, Associate Professor, and again Head in HSS IIT, and then Dr. Jayant Upadhyay sir. I have been connected with these people for the past decade, and I know that they are the best scholars available in their area. So actually, I am feeling privileged and honored to chair this session. Thank you, Shipra ma'am. Let's invite Dr. Gyan Prakash ji. Sir, there is half an hour time provided. So we suggest that the presentation should be 20 or 25 minutes and the rest time should be reserved for the question answer session. Sir, the dais is all yours.
Sir, you are muted.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Prasant Sukla, for introducing and saying few words. And thank you so much, Dr. Sipra, for providing this opportunity to talk about on the Buddhist notion on pramana. And today I am also very happy, at the same time also a little nervous because I am also going to speak before Jain and he's the person, I have done my studies and everything, and even small advice I have been looking for his advice. So this is the first time I'm like going to discuss some academic things before Jain Bhaiya. So Jain Bhaiya, please excuse me, माफ कर दीजिएगा कुछ अगर if I'm making mistakes, because you are like senior to me, and then not only in academic but also you have been guiding throughout my the career. Today, I am like asked to speak on the pramana. Before starting the pramana, I also would like to address a few things, which is, I believe, is very important to discuss. And I will be asking many questions, rather answering these questions. Um, well, I was preparing for this talk, and then I also got a few questions to supposed to be like we address in this talk. Um, and I realized that how there are a misconception, and still we are looking from those misconceptions for this philosophy. So what I am planning, my plan is that we will talk about the inference or a perception as in a pramana, a Buddhist main pramana. But however, before that, I would like to set on a background that what exactly is the Buddhist philosophy and how the Buddhist philosophy should be, we should see the Buddhist philosophy. Um, See, nowadays, and not only in India, even abroad, many places, we see the Buddhist philosophy as some a thought which is standing against the Vedic Upanishad system, let's say. So I'm not using here a word called Hinduism. I'm using this word Vedic Upanishad system. Now, the moment you will see this way, we started seeing this Buddhist philosophy against of standing against the Hindu system or Vedic Upanishad system, then entire notion will be a very different. And here, and I believe this is the start of all our the problem and the thought process. And for that, we have to first see the uh, the origin of Buddhism and the social and political situation at that time. The Buddhists and Buddha came and then started talking about this different philosophy. I'll give you one small example from my practical life. And then I'll come back to the Buddhism, and I'll try to show you that how Buddhist philosophy and was very important, not from for today, even from that time. Um, I like very small, belongs to a very small place, and in that place, one fine morning, I was like, um, I went for the holiday in that place, and then one fine morning, I heard somebody is crying a lot. So I inquired about this person, the sound, and then somebody told me that there is a neighbor and he's crying. He's crying a lot because he lost his wife. And then I also felt bad because he lost wife. But I'm told that he has two reason to to cry. First reason is that he lost his wife. So obviously that's a huge loss. And the second reason is that he does not have enough money to fulfill all this perform all the last rite. Now this person, however, that many person from never, we all of us went and then supported monetarily, and then he was able to do that. After that, he sold his house or some or piece of land to do all the rituals and all. Now, why he is doing? Because he believed that there is something called eternal soul, and he couldn't do anything for his wife in this world. So at least he want to do something for his eternal soul, and so on. This kind of thought this person has, and you can imagine that how. In those days, this kind of notion was very popular, right? And when Buddha came in this with this philosophy, he realized that this changing this basic notion is very important. And then he started talking about many things. And then what he did that he tried to change this basic notion, because if you will change this basic notion, everything will change. If you have this idea in your mind about about the eternal soul, your way of action, your way of, the way you see the world will be different. But the moment you start perceiving this world differently, as from a Buddhist point of view, let's say, the world will be very different. And that was a need for the time. And this is what the Buddha did. However, later on, the colonialism and many European philosophers came, and they marked it as an anti-Vedic system or heterodox school of thought. So Buddhism, Jainism, and Charvaka was put in this different categories called non-Vedic. The Karl Potter book, if you see that, they have clearly mentioned that how they have done that. Now, I believe if you have start reading this philosophy, then I realize that okay, this categorization of heterodox and orthodox is completely false, completely wrong, right? So Buddhist idea, what Buddha was talked about, the idea, it was not an anti-Vedic system, but it is more about the purification. Even I was reading done the Charvaka philosophy, and then many quotation for the Charvaka, that how Charvaka was criticizing the Vedic system. But yeah, so if you read this very, since I don't have much time, but if you read this very this philosophy, realize that this is not what we are projecting as a Buddhism, as an anti or an against of the Vedic system. What I see is that they have talked, but differently. If you read this Buddhist many suttas, they talked about that how, and all of you must be aware of that, how Buddha was silent about the metaphysical questions, and he maintained the silence. Does it mean that he was not aware of that? So, and it has this interpretation of the silence is differently in the school to school. However, I don't want to go that side, but what I believe and I felt that my reading, that Buddha was like a social reformer, and I see always as a Buddha as a social reformer who has done a great job. Now, it is very, very important to know that what exactly is right and what exactly is wrong, right? The notion, that is very, very important to know that what is real, what is right, and what is wrong. That is, again, very, very important. And that is the reason that in epistemology, we have talked about the valid knowledge. And not only the Buddhism, the all entire Indian school of thought, if you take any school from the Orthodox or Orthodox, all of them have talked about the valid knowledge. So if you will talk about the valid knowledge, you have to talk about the valid sources of knowledge. So the valid sources then we'll always talk about the number, that okay, what are the way to get this valid sources. Now, this valid sources, it does not mean only for this metaphysical and other philosophical concept, but it has a lot meaning in your life, day-to-day life. You know that there is a basic that okay, Buddhism believes and accepted in the two sources of knowledge, the perception and then inference. But why this Buddhism has only accepted two, not others, right? And what is the relevance of this pramana? The pramana, the significance of this pramana is like in the contemporary time, it is I believe it is very, very important to understand each and every one, and this is how you can save yourself in terms of, in time of what we are going through nowadays, the crisis and the world level, and that what the workshop is all about, the violence and all the peace. If you are really know that how to get the valid sources, the valid knowledge, it can save you from the many different problems. Now, he says that, look, the perception and the inference is the only valid source of your knowledge. So any kind of knowledge which you are, in the present time, if you take any kind of information in terms of the violence in the societal world, or if you take it in the metaphysical world about reality, many things. Now, so you have to take it in the just two way, that perception and inference, right? Perception, that we all of us know that what exactly is perception is, and then based on that, there's an inference. So this two sources are very, very important. Now, how and what the relevance of this this pramana is in the contemporary world, that I would like to a little bit focus on. So see, in nowadays we are like flooded with a lot more information, right? Some of the bad, some of the good, some of the right and wrong. I mean, if you put it in the philosophical term, right and wrong, or maybe true and false. So how to check? Because if you are not in position to filter this information, you will be always in the problem, right? So filtering this information is very, very important. Nowadays, I have met many of them who came for the counseling sometime. They talk a lot about their what we call existential anxiety. I mean, the anxiety which the person is worried a lot about his life, his future, because sometimes like you may have experienced during the corona even, that how we all were worried about our the future, most of us. And I mean the many of like our friend, um, they suffered a lot, so this because of this anxiety, because they were not sure that they're going to live a life for even the next 2 days or 5 days or 7 days. Right. So this anxiety is not a new anxiety. It is from the, I mean, very long back. I mean, the Buddhist text also has talked about this kind of anxiety. This called existential anxiety. Now, again, the kind of crisis what we have today, the same anxiety is everywhere now. Now, the Buddhists will talk about that it is very, very important about that you have to base your knowledge through this, I mean, based on this, the valid source of knowledge that is called perception and inference. Right. So you are not supposed to take any information which is not coming from the valid source. And if you are doing that, then it means that you have some valid information, and then some information which you can rely on, and you can save yourself from this world, I mean this crisis time. So this paramanas, it plays in a very, very important role, not only in the philosophical system and but also in your personal life. Right. So, that is the reason that first it is very, very important that we have to understand this pramanas. It's in a very differently. I mean, differently in that sense that they have not talked about, because this idea of pramana, I mean, nowadays is a very relevant, um, because as I said, this information, I mean, I have so many example, I don't know, like nowadays there are a gang who's like looting them a lot of money and all, right? I mean, this is called a cyber fraud and all. It's on a peak nowadays. And just because, or take an example of the fake news, take an example of this, many examples are there. It's just because we are really not aware of how to check the information, how to rely, how to accept any information as a valid information. Because we are really forgetting the valid sources of knowledge. And there the Buddhist comes and then talks about this valid pramana, that is a perception and inference. So if you are like sure about the any kind of information that is based on this valid sources, and then only it is a possibility, or it is an only way to accept any information as a valid information. And if you are living your life in this way, then I mean, living your life in the only way is like I mean that you are accepting the truth. It's only checking through this valid pramanas, then your life will be very, I mean, you will be able to live your life very peacefully, right? The way to remove this existential anxiety is just look for the valid sources of knowledge. So that is what I believe, that first the any Buddhist concept which is there, it should not be taken as an against of or anti-Indian, anti-Vedic system first. And second, because if you start seeing that in that way, all the Buddhist concept, I mean, you will lose its very original meaning, right? Then we'll have start talking differently. I mean, I'll give you one example that how one misconception, or if you start looking one object concept from differently, you will have a very different. I mean, you will come to the very different conclusion, right? Recently, like there is a professor from the New York, and then he was giving a presentation on um, this Yoga Sutra, right? Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and he argued that how Patanjali has talked about the daydreaming is in a way of meditation, and he also has set up a lab based on his idea, and he got huge money from the government to do this project. Now, the if you read this Patanjali Yoga Sutra, then you will realize that okay, this daydreaming itself is a vritti, and Patanjali has said that this vritti you need to remove, this yoga sachita vritti ninoda, so that you have to through yoga you have to remove this vritti. This is called afflictions, right? You have to remove that. It's not a problem. But this person is called it as a way of meditation, right? So it is just in a wrong interpretation. If you are reading a text differently, with a different notion. So this every line, every sutra will have a very, very different meaning, right? And therefore, uh, always even Buddhism and Buddhist philosophy, it talks about the right perception or right knowledge. So I mean the Stangmang, if you read, so if you have to first start this reading the text with the right belief, right? So if you do not have that, you always end up with the wrong notion or you will be end up with interpreting misinterpreting any text. So therefore it is you have we need to understand that from the because I believe this is Buddhism and any Indian school of thought, we are the right person to give the right interpretation of this text. Therefore it is also in our responsibility to give a right interpretation of the all the right notion of this Indian school of thought. So first, declination is very, very important nowadays, because we have to understand that how it was established very differently. Now we have to again regain, or again we have to search back to the original or real meaning, or let's say the original meaning. See, I also understand there are a problem with this text, because this text, whatever we have received from this oral tradition, right? So Buddhist text sometimes suffers because of this, but it does not mean that we cannot revive, or we cannot go back to this original meaning or original teaching. And so this is very, very important for us, for all of us to read the text and give the right interpretation, right? And and this pramana, which is which has talked about the Buddhists have talked about this two pramanas. This pramana is I have been I mean repeatedly I have said that this pramana is not only for this metaphysical inquiry, but it has a lot more significance in your personal life. So I believe in terms of when we are in situation in the crisis where we are facing this war and then violence, we have to think a lot about the knowledge, the kind of knowledge which you are coming in your mind, and what kind of knowledge you are accepting, whether you are really looking for right sources or not. That is very, very important. I mean, it is not only in the now time. I mean, if you see the West, entire West, for example, history of Western philosophy, for example, the Socrates, how the Socrates was like, he went, I mean, society felt that the Socrates is going against of the popular thought. It all was an epistemic idea, right? Those days, even how the Socrates doctor started talking about the critical thinking and all. So that is it is in a very it is in all over the world, right? So similarly in the Buddhist philosophy or in the Indian system. the epistemic way. I mean, you have to see this philosophy very critically. And Buddha and Gautam Buddha, I believe it is, and I was very critical for that. And critically, he's criticized that, and he's said that, look, he's compared the metaphysician as a foolish person, that because he believed that, not because he says that we are not supposed, because he believed that, see, there is some other thing to work. You have to do something urgent work, right? So therefore, you have to first go for that, not to discuss what exactly and what is the ontological status of this notion now. So Buddha never did that. What the entire West is rejecting, that how Buddha was an anti-metaphysics physician and so on. But I never, like, even recently one paper has I mean, is accepted and going to be published, that how I have argued that Buddhism has really talked about the metaphysics, and if you remove this metaphysics entirely from the Buddhist system, that it will be many Buddhist texts. For example, a very popular text is called Milinpano. You cannot really read and understand if you start taking this notion that anti metaphysician Buddha, then you may not really, you cannot make a sense out of it, the Milinpano. So there are many examples of that. So so the Buddha was what he was maintained the silence about that. So so what my point is that the right belief and the right inquiry is a very important nowadays. And therefore the Buddha has and there are many great thinkers in the Buddhist philosophy who has talked about the pramanas, and based on the pramana, he has said that, oh, look, this is the only way to achieve the valid knowledge. They rejected many other sources, saying that are not. If you're going with other sources, then that will you will get wrong information. I may not be able to achieve what we are supposed to achieve. So therefore, you have to only accept this perception and inference as a valid source of knowledge. So this, if you are perceiving anything, perception means that all through your sense organ, and then inference, because you have the idea and then experience, and based on that you are also inferring about something. So as Charvakian has talked about only perception, obviously we can't go for only for perception, because there are so many things we have to we cannot get a knowledge about that without inference. So the inference is also an equally important. Now, many other school of thought in Indian system has talked about the like 5 and 6 pramanas. That is again, if you accept the testimony, all the pramanas will come back if you will analyze in detail, that it can come down to this perception and inference. So if you are accepting the perception and inference, everything will be covered. Except testimony. Testimony was like Buddhism was against that, because those days the exploitation, and those days the kind of the thought was moving based on this testimony, because it was written somewhere, and then he said this is true and so on. So therefore you have to do many rituals and so on. So but Buddhism was like not in Buddhism was has an not only Buddhism in those days. There are more, I mean, it says that more than 25 different religion was there, who was has offering a different way or different path for the same objective liberation or nirvana. Buddhism and Jainism survived because of the priestly religion, and many other, for example, Ajivikas, we have a little bit of information about Ajivikas, or many more. So none of them survived, but today we have the Buddhism or Jainism in terms of the religion, who is at least something, so it has something to say about or project very differently from the Vedic system, or let's say a different interpretation of that. This is, I see, as a critical thought of Buddha. And this is how I mean, we have to understand that about the Buddhist philosophy. Yeah, so that's it from my side. Thank you so much, Prasantji, for giving me time without interrupting anything. So thank you so much, Professor Prasant.
That was a really interesting exposition. And I was very engrossed since the very beginning. The term Nastik has multiple interpretation in the Indian scenario. Some also use the term Haituk or Pasandi or Dambhi for the Astikas. So your interpretation, the way you started, was quite engrossing. But then again, I was wondering, since you said, and I totally agree, that you cannot read middle in the Fud unless until you believe in Buddhist metaphysics. I totally agree with that. But some people might ask the question, because the way we proceed, let's take the spirit of positivists. So if they believe in either perception or inference, they naturally go to the conclusion that metaphysics should be eradicated. Now, in this case, we are accepting perception and inference, but then we are also accepting metaphysics. So it's a point of debate, and well, several openings are there to be discussed. So the very interesting paper is open to the discussion, because we believe that unless until the question answer session is there, no paper is complete. So the questions are invited. Particularly, I would request Professor Bhanu Pratap sir, sir Gyan Prakash sir. Bhanu Pratap sir is a very sincere colleague from the law department of our university. I guess he is having some queries. Sir,
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Gyan Prakash, for such a thought-provoking session. Sir, I come from the field of law, and my area of interest includes international law. So I was very much interested in an alternate take on the issue of war and violence. Sir, I have two practical questions that are very much grounded in the contemporary reality. So as you rightly pointed out that it's very important to have a valid source of knowledge, and that's what exactly we teach in law and in form of sources of law. But there are certain peculiar situations, particularly in international law, where it is very difficult to ascertain, or where it's very difficult, rather it's very difficult to say that valid sources of knowledge can solve a problem. I'll give you a practical situation. Israel and Palestine. Both Israel and Palestine justify their legal existence based on validity. Israelis have produced n number of books, n number of arguments based on their self-determination, and the same thing can be said about the Palestinians. In fact, I mean, if we talk about assertment of title in international law, even Palestinians had a very good argument because they had a good title as far as the League of Nations system was concerned. But uh, ever since Professor Julius Stone, one of the greatest defenders of validity in international law, he created a very clever argument that in order to have a government, in order to be called a state, I'm sorry, in order to be called a state, you got to have a government, and Palestinians do not have one. So that was the starting point, which systematically deprive the Palestinians of their statehood. So, how do you make sense of such situations in real practical life, and what sort of guidance can international legal scholars take from the idea of validity? And secondly, sir, my question is, how do we make sense of militant Buddhism in Southeast Asia? These are my two questions.
Okay, I think Professor Prasant is in the right position to answer this question, because the second question is about the militant in Buddhism in the Southeast Asia. He's in a right position to answer this question. So please answer this question. Regarding the first question about what we supposed to do about the ongoing the crisis between the Palestine and then Gaza situation. Um, I really believe I have not. I'm not expert in the international law and how to go about it. Even I'm not expert in the social and political philosophy. Um, But the idea of the now what they are doing, they all of them is not going through only with the grounded rules. Everyone has their own hidden agenda behind that, and therefore this kind of crisis is, I mean, in my opinion, it is there. Right. I mean, there is no situation. I mean, there is no in the entire world. I believe this is my personal opinion that any kind of dilemma or any kind of problem can be solved peacefully. Right, as even the Indian government believe that through the diplomatic or maybe through the discussion. It is not only solved when you are not ready to solve it because you have some unset agendas behind that. And this is what the reason. And now there are so many problems is coming up because of this, and this is the reason, that is the reason, and so on. But I don't see those reasons are really a valid reason. I don't know. I'm sure that I have not answered your question because I really don't have expertise in that. But I believe Professor Prasanth is the right person to answer both the questions. I also want to see the answer. I mean, listen to the answer, sir.
Bhanu sir, I believe that the term militant Buddhism is an oxymoron, to be very frank, for two reasons.
Sir, Prashant sir, your voice is howling. Voice is howling.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, but voice is breaking or howling, I don't know.
Keep the speaker, this speaker a little bit, I mean, far away from the mouth.
So, Bhanu sir, the way that you used the term militant Buddhism, I believe that is not the exact intention of the speaker here, because as we are discussing, Buddhism is the hardcore theoretical Buddhism. Thereby, it deals with the ideal situation, the way the theory and practice should be synchronized in a practice Buddhist. But the militant Buddhism which we are dealing with in the Southeast Asia, that is not actually the metaphysics-based Buddhism. So we can take it as an exception, but not the theoretical Buddhism per se. I mean, that is why we need not make sense of militant Buddhism. And there is no pressure for that. I believe so. I would like to have the speaker's response on that. Why should we make sense of each and everything in philosophy?
That's a great question, sir.
There is. This is just my opinion about this ongoing discussion. That I believe that okay, fine. At what Professor Prasant said, this is right. That Buddhism, because there are so many papers he published, and if you see that people are arguing that okay, Buddha never talked about the outer world, right? It has talked more about yourself, how to like realize and then achieve a state called nirvana. So even the small problem that is called your ongoing environmental crisis, like sustainable development, how to go about it, how to preserve our natural resources. So there was a talk where I was supposed to speak on, and then there the huge discussion that okay, Buddha never talked about the outer world. So even you want to talk about any kind of natural resources and preservation of natural resources, you cannot talk about from the Buddhist point of view because Buddha never talked about. Buddha is always say that, especially if you put in the early Buddhism, it says Atma Dipo Bhava. This is your problem, solve the problem. This is your problem, you have to solve the problem. So all this problem is from your side. I mean, your entire. You have to see, you have to achieve the nirvana. The same time, but I also have thought that the kind of Buddhism has prescribed the method and the Buddhist ethics. The world and the crisis, this national crisis can be solved if you practice that. So, for example, the Brahmavihara and all. Any problem, if you solve with this compassion, it can be easily solved, right? But that is a lacking, right? When the two-person is sitting together to solve a problem, I don't see they are really going with this compassion. They're not compassionate for anything. They're not like kind enough to give in a small thing, right, to anyone. So if you're going with that, obviously you can't solve the problem. So Buddhist thought, if you want to really solve the world crisis through the Buddhist thought or Buddhist idea, you have to first purify your mind. Purification, without purification, you really can't solve any issue. You can't address any issue. I mean, this is what I believe. I mean, you may differ, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Are there more questions?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir, congratulations for a very interesting question paper. It was just like a food for thought for us. So thank you very much, Young Prakash sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity for sharing this thought. Thank you so much.
So can we move on to the second speaker, our very own, as Gyan Prakash ji said, our very own senior bhaiya, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay sir, to present the paper. Sir, the dice is all yours.
धन्यवाद प्रशांत जी। आवाज आ रही है?
जी सर।
बौद्ध दर्शन को केंद्र में रखकर 4 दिवसीय कार्यशाला की इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हमारे मित्रवर प्रोफेसर प्रशांत शुक्ल जी, अनुजवत मित्रवर ज्ञान प्रकाश जी, शिप्रा जी और पूरे संस्थान से जुड़े हुए सभी मित्रवर और इस आभासी मंडल से जुड़े हुए तमाम मेरे पूर्व परिचित और मित्रजन। मैं अपोहवाद पे, जैसा कि प्रशांत जी ने पूर्व में बताया था कि अपोहवाद पे मैं चर्चा करूंगा। अपोहवाद पे चर्चा करने के पूर्व सिद्ध कि अपोहवाद एक ऐसा पक्ष है कि उसके पक्ष में, सपक्ष में और विपक्ष में भारतीय दर्शन के तमाम विचारक अपना मत रखते हैं। विशेषकर मीमांसा दर्शन का एक ग्रंथ है श्लोक वार्तिक, न्याय दर्शन में न्याय मंजरी, दो ऐसे ग्रंथ हैं जो इस पे विधिवत चर्चा करते हैं और उसके पक्ष विपक्ष में या विशेषकर विपक्ष में अपने मत उपस्थापित करते हैं। भारतीय अर्थ विज्ञान और भाषा दर्शन के इतिहास में बौद्धों का अपोहवाद अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सिद्धांत माना जाता है। यद्यपि इसका प्रत्यक्ष संबंध शब्द और उसके अर्थ के प्रश्न से है, तथापि इसके माध्यम से बौद्ध आचार्यों ने ज्ञान, भाषा, सामान्य, जिसको जाति कहा जाता है, वर्गीकरण तथा वस्तुबोध जैसी मूलभूत दार्शनिक समस्याओं के समाधान प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया। यह सिद्धांत विशेष रूप से बौद्धों के अनित्यवाद या क्षणिकवाद और अनात्मवाद की रक्षा के लिए विकसित हुआ। यदि वस्तुओं में कोई नित्य, सामान्य या जाति स्वीकार कर ली जाए तो बौद्धों का क्षणभंगवाद या क्षणभंगुर जगत का सिद्धांत संकट में पड़ जाएगा। इसी कारण उन्होंने सामान्य या जाति की वस्तुगत सत्ता का निषेध करते हुए अपोहवाद का प्रतिपादन किया। बौद्ध दर्शन में भाषा और अर्थ के संबंध में या भाषा और अर्थ के संबंध का विश्लेषण अत्यंत सूक्ष्म और तार्किक ढंग से किया गया है। बौद्ध का भाषा दर्शन मुख्यतः अपोहवाद के नाम से प्रसिद्ध है। यह सिद्धांत विशेष रूप से योगाचार और बौद्ध तर्कशास्त्र की परंपरा में विकसित हुआ है। अपोहवाद का विकास बौद्ध दर्शन के भीतर क्रमशः हुआ। यद्यपि इसके बीज प्रारंभिक बौद्ध साहित्य में निहित थे, तथापि इसका व्यवस्थित प्रतिपादन सर्वप्रथम दिगनांग ने अपने प्रमाण समुच्चय ग्रंथ में किया। हालांकि कुछ विचारक यह भी स्वीकार करते हैं कि जो बौद्ध महात्मा बुद्ध का जो मौन था, इस प्रश्नों पे जो मौन होते थे, वह अपोह की प्रारंभिक अवस्था थी या बीजावस्था थी। दिंगनांग अपने प्रमाण समुच्चय में प्रथम बार इस शब्द का प्रयोग करते हैं। दिंगनांग के अनुसार शब्द किसी वस्तु का ज्ञान सीधे नहीं कराते। उनके मत का प्रमुख उद्देश्य सामान्य की सत्ता का खंडन करना था। बाद में धर्मकीर्ति ने प्रमाण वार्तिक में इस सिद्धांत को और अधिक विकसित किया तथा यह दिखाने का प्रयास किया कि भाषा का संपूर्ण व्यवहार निषेधात्मक सामान्य के आधार पर समझा जा सकता है। इसके पश्चात शांत रक्षक ने अपोह सिद्धांत में संशोधन का प्रस्ताव किया। उनके अनुसार शब्द वस्तु का निर्देश करते हैं, किंतु अन्य वस्तुओं से उसका पृथक्करण बुद्धि द्वारा अनुमान के माध्यम से होता है। उन्होंने पूर्णतः अपोह को निषेधात्मक न मानकर उसमें कुछ विध्यात्मक पॉजिटिव पक्ष को भी स्वीकार किया। आगे चल करके रत्न कीर्ति अपने ग्रंथ अपोह सिद्धि में न्यायिकों और मीमांसकों की आलोचनाओं का उत्तर देते हुए अपोहवाद का परिष्कृत रूप प्रस्तुत किया। रत्न कीर्ति के अनुसार शब्द किसी वस्तु का बोध और अन्य वस्तुओं का निषेध दोनों एक साथ करते हैं। इस संशोधित सिद्धांत को विशिष्टापोह कहा गया। शांत रक्षित ने अपोह के दो प्रमुख रूप स्वीकार किए, पर्युदास और प्रसज्य प्रतिषेध। पर्युदास में निषेध के भीतर विधि का भी अंश विद्यमान रहता है, जबकि प्रसज्य प्रतिषेध में पूर्णतः यह निषेधात्मक होता है। पर्युदास को उन्होंने बुद्ध्यात्मक और अर्थात्मक दो उपभेदों में विभाजित किया। इन विभाजनों का उद्देश्य यह स्पष्ट करना था कि भाषा में निषेध और विधि का संबंध अत्यंत जटिल है तथा शब्दार्थ केवल नकारात्मक प्रक्रिया से नहीं समझे जा सकते। यद्यपि अपोहवाद बौद्धों के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी सिद्धांत था, तथापि भारतीय दार्शनिक परंपराओं ने व्यापक खंडन भी किया। विशेषतः न्याय और मीमांसा दर्शनों ने इसके विरुद्ध अनेक सशक्त तर्क प्रस्तुत किए। उनका मूल आग्रह था कि सामान्य या जाति का अस्तित्व वास्तविक है और उसी के कारण अनेक व्यक्तियों में अनुगत प्रतीति संभव होती है। अपोहवाद का मूल उद्देश्य शब्द और अर्थ के संबंध की व्याख्या करना है। बौद्ध दार्शनिकों के अनुसार शब्द किसी वस्तु का प्रत्यक्ष या सकारात्मक बोध नहीं कराते, बल्कि वे अन्य संभावित अर्थों का निषेध करके किसी एक अर्थ की ओर संकेत करते हैं। जब कोई शब्द उच्चारित किया जाता है, तब वह अनंत संभावित अर्थों में से उन सभी को हटाकर या निष्कासित करके केवल एक विशेष अर्थ को ग्रहण करने योग्य बताता है। यही प्रक्रिया अपोह कहलाती है। अतः कहा जा सकता है कि शब्द का अर्थ किसी वस्तु की प्रत्यक्ष अभिव्यक्ति न होकर अन्य वस्तुओं के निषेध के माध्यम से निर्मित होता है। बौद्ध विचारक या बौद्ध विचारकों के अनुसार शब्द और अर्थ के मध्य ऐसा कोई प्रत्यक्ष एवं स्वाभाविक संबंध नहीं है जिसे शाश्वत माना जाए। शब्द न तो किसी वस्तु का वास्तविक वाचक है और न ही कोई वस्तु किसी शब्द का अस्थायी वाच्यार्थ है। शब्द केवल एक बौद्धिक क्रिया का माध्यम है जिसके द्वारा अनेक असंबंध अथवा भिन्न वस्तुओं को निष्कासित करके एक किसी विशेष संकल्पना को स्थापित किया जाना है। इस दृष्टि से शब्द का कार्य किसी वस्तु को प्रत्यक्ष रूप से व्यक्त करना नहीं है, बल्कि अन्य वस्तुओं का निषेध करना है। अपो शब्द का जो शाब्दिक अर्थ है वह है निष्कासन, व्यावृत्ति, पृथक्करण। दार्शनिक भाषा में इसको कहते हैं सतत व्यावृत्ति या अन्य व्यावृत्ति, अर्थात किसी वस्तु का ज्ञान उसके अतिरिक्त अन्य सभी वस्तुओं को अलग करके प्राप्त होता है। मैंने उदाहरण जो शब्द लिए हैं वह जो मूल ग्रंथों में है, जैसे गौ, गाय, अश्व, इन्हीं को लिया। मैं सोचा कि इन नए शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जाए, तो मुझे लगा कि नहीं, क्योंकि शास्त्रों में जो शब्द प्रयुक्त है उन्हीं का उदाहरण देना अच्छा रहेगा। उदाहरण के लिए जब हम गाय शब्द का प्रयोग किया जाता है तब उसका अर्थ किसी सार्वभौमिक गाय तत्व नामक सत्ता का बोध कराना नहीं होता, बल्कि यह बताना होता है कि यह वस्तु स्व नहीं है। गाय के बारे में जब बताना होता है कि यह गाय है, तो इसका तात्पर्य यह होता है कि अपो के माध्यम से कि यह गाय शब्द जो है अश्व नहीं है, हाथी नहीं है, बकरी नहीं है और अन्य किसी भिन्न वर्ग का नहीं है। इस प्रकार गाय शब्द का अर्थ अगाय का निषेध है, डबल निगेशन। दूसरे शब्दों में गाय का ज्ञान अगाय तत्व के निषेध के माध्यम से प्राप्त होता है। बौद्ध दार्शनिकों का यह मत भाषा दर्शन में अत्यंत मौलिक माना जाता है। वे यह स्वीकार नहीं करते कि शब्द किसी सामान्य यानी यूनिवर्सल के वाचक होते हैं। न्याय दर्शन, वैशेषिक दर्शन, मीमांसा दर्शन में यह माना गया कि शब्दों का संबंध सामान्य या जाति से होता है, किंतु बौद्ध विचारकों ने इस धारणा का खंडन किया। उनके अनुसार बाह्य जगत में कोई सार्वभौमिक गोत्व या गाय तत्व, मनुष्यत्व, वृक्षत्व जैसी कोई स्वतंत्र सत्ता नहीं है। वास्तव में केवल विशिष्ट और क्षणभंगुर वस्तुएं ही अस्तित्व रखती हैं। चूंकि सामान्य सत्ता का वस्तुगत अस्तित्व नहीं है, इसलिए शब्द भी सामान्य के वाचक नहीं हो सकते हैं। इसी प्रकार बौद्ध दार्शनिकों ने शब्दों को विशिष्ट व्यक्तियों या विशेषों का वाचक भी नहीं मानते हैं। यदि शब्द केवल किसी एक विशेष वस्तु का बोध कराए तो उसका समान व्यवहार संभव ही नहीं हो पाएगा। उदाहरण के लिए गाय शब्द केवल एक गाय का ही द्योतक नहीं हो सकता है, क्योंकि व्यवहार में यह अनेक गायों के लिए प्रयुक्त होता है। इसलिए शब्द न तो सामान्य का बोध कराते हैं और न ही किसी एक विशेष वस्तु का। वे केवल मानसिक विकल्पों के माध्यम से निर्मित अर्थ रूपों का संकेत करते हैं। अपोहवाद का संबंध बौद्ध क्षणिकवाद और विज्ञानवाद में भी गहरे रूप में जुड़ा हुआ है। बौद्धों के अनुसार बाह्य जगत की वस्तुएं निरंतर परिवर्तनशील हैं और प्रत्येक क्षण नष्ट होती रहती हैं। ऐसी स्थिति में किसी अस्थायी सामान्य सत्ता की कल्पना करना तर्क संगत नहीं है। भाषा के व्यवहार इसलिए संभव हो पाता है क्योंकि मन विभिन्न वस्तुओं में कुछ समानताओं का आरोप करके एक संकल्पनात्मक वर्ग का निर्माण कर लेता है। यह जो संकल्पनात्मक वर्ग है, यह वस्तुगत नहीं बल्कि वैचारिक होता है। अतः शब्द का अर्थ वस्तुगत न होकर वैकल्पिक हो जाता है। इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि अपोहवाद भाषा दर्शन का एक ऐसा महत्वपूर्ण सिद्धांत है जो शब्द और अर्थ के संबंध को निषेधात्मक आधार पर समझने का प्रयास करता है। यह सिद्धांत केवल भाषिक विश्लेषण तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि बौद्ध दर्शन के अनात्मवाद, क्षणिकवाद तथा सामान्य का विरोध दृष्टिकोण का भी दार्शनिक समर्थन करता है। अपोहवाद के माध्यम से बौद्ध दार्शनिक यह सिद्ध करना चाहते हैं कि भाषा का अर्थ किसी वस्तुगत सार्वभौमिक सत्ता पर आधारित नहीं है, बल्कि वह अन्य वस्तुओं के निषेध द्वारा निर्मित एक बौद्धिक प्रक्रिया का परिणाम है। इसी कारण भारतीय भाषा दर्शन और ज्ञान मीमांसा के इतिहास में अपोहवाद एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान को प्राप्त करता है। यह सिद्धांत शब्द और अर्थ के संबंध की एक ऐसी व्याख्या प्रस्तुत करता है जो न्याय, वैशेषिक, मीमांसा दर्शन की परंपराओं से सर्वथा भिन्न है। दिंगनांग, धर्मकीर्ति, शांतरक्षित, ज्ञानश्री मित्र, रत्नकीर्ति जैसे बौद्ध आचार्यों ने भाषा दर्शन की समस्याओं का समाधान करते हुए यह प्रतिपादित किया कि शब्दों का अर्थ किसी वस्तुगत सामान्य या जाति या सार्वभौमिक सत्ता में निहित नहीं होता, बल्कि यह अन्य वस्तुओं के निषेध या व्यावृत्ति के माध्यम से समझा जा सकता है। इसीलिए यह सिद्धांत अपोहवाद अर्थात अन्य के निषेध का सिद्धांत कहा जाता है। धर्मकीर्ति ने अपोह को अर्थ प्रकाशन की मूलतः निषेधात्मक प्रक्रिया को कहा है। मीमांसकों द्वारा प्रतिपादित सामान्य अथवा सामान्य की धारणा का उद्देश्य भी अंततः वस्तुओं के बीच भेद स्थापित करना है। मीमांसकों का मत है कि गोत्व या मनुष्यत्व जैसे सामान्य, नित्य एवं वास्तविक पदार्थ हैं, जिनके कारण विभिन्न व्यक्तियों को एक वर्ग में रखा जाता है। जैसे तमाम मनुष्यत्व के आधार पर मनुष्य, गोत्व के आधार पर गौ। किंतु धर्मकीर्त इस मत का खंडन करते हैं और कहते हैं कि यदि सामान्य का कार्य केवल एक वस्तु को दूसरी वस्तु से पृथक करना है, तो इसके लिए किसी स्वतंत्र सामान्य सत्ता की कल्पना करना अनावश्यक है। वस्तुओं के बीच भेद का कार्य तो अपोह अथवा व्यावृत्ति के द्वारा ही संपन्न हो सकता है। इसलिए सामान्य की सत्ता मानना दार्शनिक दृष्टि से निरर्थक है। धर्मकीर्ति के अनुसार शब्द का प्रमुख कार्य वस्तु का बोध कराना है, किंतु किसी वस्तु का बोध तभी पूर्ण हो सकता है जब उसे अन्य वस्तुओं से पृथक किया जाए। उदाहरण के लिए धर्मकीर्ति उदाहरण देते हैं वृक्ष का। यदि वृक्ष शब्द का संकेत वृक्ष वस्तु में माना जाए, तब भी अवृक्ष से उसका भेद स्थापित करना आवश्यक होगा। जब तक यह भेद नहीं किया जाएगा तब तक वृक्ष का यथार्थ ज्ञान संभव नहीं होगा। इसलिए प्रत्येक शब्द का अंततः अन्यापोह अर्थात अन्य वस्तुओं के निषेध पर आधारित होता है। धर्मकीर्ति स्पष्ट रूप से कहते हैं कि शब्द का अर्थ स्वयं अपोह स्वरूप ही है। शब्द अपने अर्थ का बोध प्रत्यक्ष रूप से नहीं कर रहा था, बल्कि अन्य अर्थों के निषेध के द्वारा उसका निर्धारण होता है। अपोह के स्वरूप को और स्पष्ट करते हुए धर्मकीर्ति यह प्रतिपादित करते हैं कि बुद्धि का समस्त कार्य मूलतः पोहात्मक है। मानव बुद्धि कभी भी किसी वस्तु का ज्ञान शुद्ध एवं निरपेक्ष रूप से नहीं करती है, बल्कि वह सदैव किसी अन्य वस्तु के प्रतिषेध के माध्यम से ही किसी वस्तु का निर्धारण करती है। उदाहरण के लिए श्वेत शब्द को लें। अब श्वेत शब्द संसार में अनंत है और कोई व्यक्ति उन सभी का प्रत्यक्ष ज्ञान एक साथ नहीं कर सकता। जितने भी श्वेत हैं, श्वेत घर है, श्वेत शंख है, श्वेत गाड़ी है, श्वेत घोड़ा है, फिर भी श्वेत शब्द सुनते ही हमारे मन में एक सामान्य धारणा उत्पन्न होती है। इसका कारण यह नहीं है कि हम किसी सार्वभौम श्वेतत्व का ज्ञान प्राप्त करते हैं, बल्कि इसलिए कि हमारी बुद्धि अश्वेत वस्तुओं का निषेध करती है और निषेध करके एक विशिष्ट मानसिक संकल्पना का निर्माण करती है। इस प्रकार श्वेत का ज्ञान अश्वेत के निषेध के द्वारा और अश्वेत का ज्ञान श्वेत के निषेध के द्वारा संभव हो सकता है। इसी प्रकार गौ गोत्व की अभिव्यक्ति में भी यही प्रक्रिया कार्य करती है कि जब हम गाय शब्द का प्रयोग करते हैं तो हम वास्तव में किसी भी वस्तुगत गोत्व का बोध नहीं करते, बल्कि घोड़ा, बकरी, हाथी आदि हम अन्य प्राणियों का निषेध करते हैं और एक विशिष्ट अर्थ का निर्माण करते हैं। इस प्रकार अर्थ की संपूर्ण संरचना निषेधात्मक प्रक्रिया पर आधारित होती है। रत्नकीर्ति के पूर्व अधिकांश बौद्ध दार्शनिकों ने अपोह को मुख्यतः निषेधात्मक रूप में व्याख्यायित किया। उनके अनुसार शब्द स्वयं अपोह है, क्योंकि प्रत्येक शब्द दूसरे शब्द से व्यावृत रहता है। इसी प्रकार अर्थ भी अपोह है, क्योंकि वह अन्य अर्थों से पृथक होकर अर्थ कहलाता है। शब्द और अर्थ का संबंध भी व्यावर्तनात्मक है। अतः संपूर्ण भाषिक प्रक्रिया का आधार निषेध है। जब मनुष्य किसी शब्द को सुनता है तब उसके मन में विभिन्न प्रकार के संभावित अर्थों का क्रमशः निषेध होता रहता है और अंततः एक विशेष का बोध उत्पन्न होता है। इस प्रक्रिया में मनुष्य को ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि उसने वस्तु का प्रत्यक्ष ज्ञान प्राप्त कर लिया है, जबकि वास्तव में उसका ज्ञान निषेधात्मक मानसिक प्रक्रिया का परिणाम होता है। रत्नकीर्ति ने अपोहवाद को एक नवीन दिशा प्रदान की। उन्होंने अपोह को केवल निषेधात्मक प्रक्रिया मानने के स्थान पर एक विध्यात्मक पक्ष पर भी बल दिया। उनके अनुसार अपोह का अर्थ मात्र अन्यों का निषेध नहीं है, बल्कि उस वस्तु की स्वीकृति भी है, जो निषेध के प्रसाद निषेध के पश्चात शेष रहती है। और बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण रत्नकीर्ति ने दिया है अपने अपोह सिद्धि ग्रंथ में, अहिंसा शब्द को। तो कहते हैं कि अहिंसा केवल हिंसा का भाव नहीं है। कहते हैं कि अहिंसा केवल हिंसा का भाव नहीं है, बल्कि एक सकारात्मक नैतिक मूल्य भी है। उसी प्रकार अपोह केवल व्यावर्तन नहीं है, बल्कि व्यावर्त वस्तु का भी द्योतक है। इसीलिए शब्द का अर्थ केवल अन्य व्यावृत्ति न होकर के अन्य व्यावृत्ति विशिष्ट विधि है, यानी कि सकारात्मक विधियात्मक पक्ष भी है। रत्नकीर्ति के अनुसार अर्थबोध और अपोह को पृथक पृथक चरणों में नहीं बांटा जा सकता है। यह नहीं कहा जा सकता है कि पहले अर्थ का बोध होता है और बाद में अपोह का ज्ञान होता है, अथवा पहले अपोह होता है बाद में अर्थबोध होता है। वास्तव में दोनों एक ही ज्ञान की प्रक्रिया के अविभाज्य पक्ष हैं, जिसको विभाजित नहीं किया जा सकता है। जब कोई शब्द अर्थ का बोध कराता है, उसी समय उसमें अन्य वस्तुओं का निषेध भी अंतर्निहित रहता है। अतः अपो शब्दार्थ का विशेषण है और अर्थ उसकी विशिष्ट अभिव्यक्ति है। एक बुद्धिज्म का जो है एक पक्ष ये, लेकिन न्याय वैशेषिक और मीमांसा को यह मत या इस मत से सहमत नहीं है। उनके अनुसार शब्द का अर्थ पदार्थ, पद का अर्थ वस्तु होता है, और शब्द तथा वस्तु के मध्य वास्तविक संबंध विद्यमान रहते हैं, और वे सामान्य की सत्ता को स्वीकार करते हैं और मानते हैं कि शब्द उसी सामान्य का बोध कराते हैं। यदि सामान्य की सत्ता न मानी जाए तो शब्दों का व्यवहार संभव नहीं होगा। किंतु बौद्ध दार्शनिक इस मत को अस्वीकार करते हैं। उनके अनुसार वस्तुओं की कोई वास्तविक सामान्य सत्ता है ही नहीं। प्रत्येक वस्तु अपने स्वरूप में अद्वितीय और अन्य सभी वस्तुओं से भिन्न होता है। जो समानता दिखाई देती है वह वस्तुओं के कार्यों अथवा व्यवहारिक उपयोग के कारण मानसिक धारणा मात्र है। उदाहरण देते हैं कि विभिन्न औषधियां एक रोग में लाभकारी हो सकती है। इस आधार पर हम उन्हें समान कह भी सकते हैं, किंतु इससे यह सिद्ध नहीं होता है कि उनमें कोई वास्तविक औषधि तत्व नामक सार्वभौमिक सत्ता विद्यमान है। इसी प्रकार विभिन्न गायों में दिखाई देने वाली समानता से गोत्व जैसी किसी स्वतंत्र सत्ता का अस्तित्व सिद्ध नहीं होता। समानता केवल व्यवहारगत है, तात्विक नहीं। बौद्धों के अनुसार संसार की प्रत्येक वस्तु अपने स्वरूप में अद्वितीय है और वही उसका स्वलक्षण है, जिसकी ओर ज्ञान प्रकाश जी अभी अपना अभिमत दे रहे थे। कोई भी दो वस्तुएं पूर्णतः समान नहीं है, इसलिए शब्द का अर्थ किसी सामान्य में नहीं बल्कि अन्य वस्तुओं से भिन्न एक विशेष मानसिक निर्माण में निहित है। वस्तुतः शब्द बाह्य वस्तुओं को स्पर्श नहीं करते, केवल मानसिक विकल्पों का निर्माण करते हैं। शब्द और वस्तु के बीच कोई प्रत्यक्ष एवं वास्तविक संबंध नहीं है। इस कारण शब्द का अर्थ वस्तुगत न होकर के मानसिक होता है। बौद्ध विचारकों का यह निष्कर्ष है कि हमारा शब्द ज्ञान या शब्द ज्ञान मूलतः विकल्पात्मक और आंशिक रूप से भ्रमात्मक है, क्योंकि वह सामान्य जैसी काल्पनिक अवधारणाओं पर आधारित होता है। जिस प्रकार स्वप्न में दिखाई देने वाली वस्तुएं उस समय अनुभव के स्तर पर यथार्थ प्रतीत होती हैं, किंतु वस्तुतः उनका बाह्य अस्तित्व नहीं होता, उसी प्रकार शब्दों द्वारा निर्मित सामान्य भी केवल मानसिक संरचनाएं हैं। वे व्यवहार में उपयोगी अवश्य हैं, किंतु परमार्थतः वास्तविक नहीं है। तो अपोवाद से हम विमर्श करते हैं, चर्चा करते हैं, तो निषेध के विभिन्न प्रकारों का उल्लेख भी मिलता है। बौद्ध तर्क शास्त्र में मुख्यतः पर्युदास, प्रसज्ज प्रतिषेध, पर्युदास का तात्पर्य भाव हेतु जो निषेध किया जाता है, और प्रसज्ज प्रतिषेध का तात्पर्य संपूर्ण निषेध की चर्चा से होती है। पर्युदास में किसी वस्तु का निषेध करके किसी अन्य वस्तु की स्वीकृति मिल जाती है, जबकि प्रसज्ज प्रतिषेध में केवल निषेध होता है, कोई सकारात्मक अभिप्राय नहीं होता है। बौद्ध दार्शनिकों के अनुसार शब्दों का अर्थ संपूर्ण निषेध नहीं होता, क्योंकि शब्द किसी न किसी मानसिक विषय का बोध अवश्य कराते हैं, किंतु वे किसी प्रत्यक्ष भौतिक वस्तु का बोध नहीं कराते। उनका वास्तविक अर्थ मानसिक रूप में निर्मित वह विशेष अवधारणा है जो अन्य अवधारणाओं से व्यावृत होकर स्थापित होती है। अपोवाद बौद्ध भाषा दर्शन का एक अत्यंत सूक्ष्म और मौलिक सिद्धांत है। यह सिद्धांत न केवल सामान्य की सत्ता का खंडन करता है, बल्कि भाषा, ज्ञान और यथार्थ के संबंध को भी एक नई दृष्टि प्रदान करता है। बौद्धों के अनुसार शब्दों का अर्थ किसी वस्तुगत सार्वभौमिक सत्ता में नहीं, बल्कि अन्य वस्तुओं के निषेध द्वारा निर्मित मानसिक संकल्पना में निहित होता है। यही अन्यापोह या तद व्यावृत्ति शब्दार्थ का वास्तविक स्वरूप है। भारतीय दर्शन के इतिहास में अपोहवाद भाषा दर्शन, ज्ञान मीमांसा और तर्कशास्त्र की एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि के रूप में स्वीकार किया जाता है। क्षणभंगुर सिद्धांत को मानने वाले बौद्ध दार्शनिक किसी भी अर्थ या तत्व की नित्यता को मान्यता दे ही नहीं सकते। इसी कारण उन्हें मीमांसकों तथा न्याय वैशेषिकों के दर्शन के द्वारा स्वीकृत सामान्य पदार्थ का खंडन किया है। सामान्य या जाति, ये सामान्य के लिए यूनिवर्सल के लिए ही सामान्य या जाति का शब्द का प्रयोग दार्शनिक ग्रंथों में हुआ है। तो सामान्य को या यूनिवर्सल को एक पृथक पदार्थ के रूप में केवल मीमांसा में ही नहीं, न्याय वैशेषिक में भी स्वीकार किया गया है। सामान्य की सत्ता को स्वीकार करने का प्रमुख आधार जो है वह है सदृश प्रत्यय या सदृश प्रतीति को माना गया है। अनेक व्यक्तियों में, इंडिविजुअल्स में विद्यमान एक रूपता अथवा समानता की जो प्रतीति होती है, उसका कारण उन व्यक्तियों में समवेत नित्य सामान्य को माना जाता है। जैसे कि मैं मनुष्य हूं, आप मनुष्य हैं, इस तरह कई करोड़ लोग मनुष्य हैं। तो मनुष्य होने के पीछे जो मनुष्यत्व की जो समानता की जो प्रतीति होती है वही नित्य को समवेत नित्य सामान्य माना गया है। इसी आधार पर न्याय दर्शन में सामान्य की परिभाषा ऐसे तत्व के रूप में की गई है कि जो नित्य हो तथा अनेक व्यक्तियों में समवेत रूप से विद्यमान हो, वह सामान्य है। यद्यपि न्यायिक सामान्य को एक स्वतंत्र पदार्थ के रूप में स्वीकार करते हैं, तथापि वे मीमांसकों की भांति शब्द का अर्थ केवल सामान्य को नहीं मानते हैं। वो भाषा दर्शन में एक विभेद है। सामान्य की सत्ता को स्वीकार करने के बावजूद शब्दार्थ के प्रश्न पर न्यायिकों और मीमांसकों में भी स्पष्ट मतभेद हैं। मीमांसक जहां सामान्य को पद का मुख्य अर्थ मानते हैं, वहीं न्यायिक इस मत का समर्थन नहीं करते हैं। पद के अर्थ के रूप में सामान्य की स्वीकृति के विषय में मीमांसकों और न्यायिकों में पर्याप्त मतभेद है। और इसी सामान्य पे बौद्धों ने सामान्य पदार्थवाद पे खंडन किया। बौद्धों ने अपो को मानने के कारण बौद्ध दार्शनिकों ने मीमांसकों द्वारा प्रतिपादित सामान्य पदार्थ को स्वीकार नहीं करते हैं। उनके अनुसार सामान्य की कोई स्वतंत्र नित्य और वास्तविक सत्ता है ही नहीं। इस मत के समर्थन में बौद्धों ने अनेक तर्क प्रस्तुत किए और उन तर्कों के माध्यम से सामान्यवाद का खंडन किया। तो बौद्धों के जो 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 सबसे प्रमुख तर्क है सामान्य के खंडन का, वो कहते हैं कि सामान्य का प्रत्यक्ष नहीं होता। बौद्धों का यह मीमांसकों पे या न्यायिकों पे एक आरोप है कि सामान्य का प्रत्यक्ष नहीं होता। बौद्ध कहते हैं कि बौद्धों के अनुसार यह मत है कि सामान्य को सत्य या वास्तविक सत्ता सिद्ध नहीं किया जा सकता, क्योंकि उसका प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव कभी होता ही नहीं है। इंद्रियां केवल वर्तमान क्षण में विद्यमान स्वलक्षण का ही ग्रहण करती हैं। वे न तो भूतकालीन और न भविष्यकालीन वस्तुओं का प्रत्यक्ष कर सकती हैं। जबकि सामान्य की सिद्धि के लिए विभिन्न व्यक्तियों में विद्यमान एक रूपता का ज्ञान आवश्यक है, जिसमें भूत, वर्तमान और भविष्य के अनेक उदाहरणों के विचार निहित होते हैं। तथा सामान्य प्रत्यक्ष का विषय बन ही नहीं सकता। पहला आरोप जो है बौद्धों का न्यायिकों पे और मीमांसकों पे है। दूसरा आरोप बौद्धों का यह है कि अनुमान और शब्द से भी प्रत्यक्ष से सिद्धि नहीं होती है। दूसरा आरोप ये लगाते हैं कि अनुमान प्रमाण और शब्द से भी सामान्य की सिद्धि नहीं होती है। बौद्धों का जो यह मत है कि सामान्य की सत्ता अनुमान या शब्द प्रमाण द्वारा सिद्ध नहीं की जा सकती, क्योंकि अनुमान और शब्द दोनों ही विकल्प रूपक या विकल्पात्मक ज्ञान उत्पन्न करते हैं। चूंकि विकल्प वस्तुगत यथार्थ नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक निर्माण का बोध कराते हैं, इसलिए इनके आधार पर किसी स्वतंत्र पदार्थ की सत्ता स्थापित नहीं की जा सकती। तीसरा आरोप लगाते हैं कि सामान्य और व्यक्ति, यूनिवर्सल और इंडिविजुअल का भेद जो है वो असिद्ध है। बौद्धों का ये कहते हैं कि सामान्य को व्यक्तिनिष्ठ मानना भी कठिन है, क्योंकि व्यक्ति और उसके धर्मों में कोई पृथक सत्ता का अनुभव नहीं होता है। जो भेद दिखाई देता है वह एक व्यक्ति का दूसरे व्यक्ति के बीच में होता है। उदाहरण देते हैं कि जैसे घट का पट के बीच, यदि सामान्य और व्यक्ति के बीच घट और पट के समान दो पृथक पदार्थों का होता तो दोनों की स्वतंत्र सिद्धि संभव होती। किंतु ऐसा नहीं है। अतः सामान्य और व्यक्ति यानी विशेष के भेद की स्थापना तर्क संगत नहीं है। इस प्रकार बौद्धों ने विभिन्न प्रकार के मतों के माध्यम से न्याय और वैशेषिक दर्शन में जो सामान्य की अवधारणा है का खंडन करते हैं। एक खंडन यह भी करते हैं कि सामान्य का व्यक्ति में निवास असंगत है। जब हम कहते हैं कि सामान्य व्यक्तियों में या विशेषों में समवेत रहती है, बौद्धों का यह तर्क है कि यदि सामान्य किसी व्यक्ति में विद्यमान है तो यह स्पष्ट करना होगा कि उसमें पूर्ण रूप से रहती है या आंशिक रूप से रहती है। यदि वह प्रत्येक व्यक्ति में यानी सामान्य जो है प्रत्येक व्यक्ति में विशिष्ट व्यक्ति में पूर्ण रूप से विद्यमान है तो एक ही सामान्य के अनेक व्यक्तियों में एक साथ निवास कैसे संभव होगा। और यदि आंशिक रूप से रहती है तो सामान्य को सावयव मानना पड़ेगा जबकि उसे निरवय माना गया है। अतः सामान्य की व्यक्ति में समवाय की तर्क संगतता भी नहीं ठीक से ठहरती है। एक अच्छी आलोचना अपोसिद्धि में है कि प्रभाकर जो के मत का जो खंडन किया है कि प्रभाकर सामान्य और व्यक्ति के मध्य रूप रूपी संबंध को स्वीकार करते हैं। बौद्ध आचार्य यह पूछते हैं कि रूप शब्द का अभिप्राय क्या है। रंग है, आकृति है अथवा वस्तु का स्वभाव है। यदि रूप का अर्थ रंग है तो वायु, आकाश, मन आदि अरूपी द्रव्यों तथा गुण और कर्म में सामान्य की स्थिति स्वीकार नहीं की जा सकती। यदि रूप का अर्थ आकृति है तो जिन पदार्थों में आकृति नहीं होती है उनमें सामान्य की सत्ता सिद्ध नहीं होगी। और यदि रूप का अर्थ वस्तु का स्वभाव माना जाए तो सामान्य और व्यक्ति में कोई भेद ही नहीं रह जाएगा। इस प्रकार रूप रूपी संबंध की सामान्य का अस्तित्व या सामान्य की स्वतंत्र सत्ता सिद्ध करने में असमर्थ घोषित करते हैं। अब इस बौद्धों का ने जो सामान्य तत्व का न्याय और वैशेषिक के इस मौल ऐसे सिद्धांत का खंडन किया कि ऐसा लगा कि न्याय और मीमांसा वैशेषिक की पूरी परंपरा ध्वस्त हो जाएगी। और भारतीय दर्शन की विशेषता है कि ये खंडन और मंडन की परंपरा पे अवलंबित है। और ये 2000 या 2600 वर्षों का जो इतिहास बुद्धिज्म का है, बौद्ध दर्शन का है, लगभग उसी के साथ न्याय दर्शन और मीमांसा दर्शन आपस में खंडन मंडन प्रक्रिया से विकसित हुए हैं। कुमारिल भट्ट ने अपने श्लोक वार्तिक में तपोवाद की आलोचना करते हैं और आलोचना के बाद जो है विभिन्न कुछ आक्षेप प्रस्तुत करते हैं। पहला आक्षेप यह प्रस्तुत करते हैं कि अपोह का आश्रय, जो बौद्ध कहते हैं कि अपोह का आश्रय जो है वह उसको असिद्ध सिद्ध करते हैं। कहते हैं श्लोक वार्तिक में कुमारिल भट्ट की अपोह का जो अर्थ बताया गया है व्यावृत्ति अथवा अभाव जो बताया गया है या अभाव माना गया है, किंतु अभाव घट आदि पदार्थों की भांति स्वतंत्र रूप से ज्ञात नहीं होता। अभाव को भी जानने के लिए किसी न किसी आश्रय पे अवलंबित होना पड़ेगा, या अभाव किसी आश्रय पे अवलंबित रहता है। इसलिए यह प्रश्न उठाते हैं कुमारी कि अपोह का आधार क्या है। कहते हैं कि स्वलक्षण अपोह का आश्रय नहीं हो सकते, क्योंकि स्वलक्षण वास्तविक एवं प्रत्यक्ष गम्य है, जबकि अपोह विकल्प के विषय हैं। फिर वह तर्क देते हैं कि अपोह के लिए, अपोह की सिद्धि के लिए भी सामान्य की, यूनिवर्सल की स्वीकृति अनिवार्य है। कहते हैं कि यदि बौद्ध अगाय व्यवच्छेद को प्रत्येक ज्ञाय इंडिविजुअल से या व्यक्ति से संबद्ध माने, तो भिन्न भिन्न देश और कालों में स्थित सभी गाय व्यक्तियों का ज्ञान संभव नहीं हो पाएगा। फलतः क्या होगा कि अगाय का निषेध का भी ज्ञान नहीं हो पाएगा। इस प्रकार अध्यक्ष महोदय का निर्देश प्राप्त हुआ है कि इसको शीघ्र संपन्न करने के लिए। तो इस देखते हैं कि हम एक प्रकार से भारतीय की जो भारतीय दार्शनिक जो परंपरा है, जिसमें हम पक्ष, उसके पक्ष में, उसके सपक्ष में, उसके विपक्ष में तमाम प्रकार के विचार उत्पन्न करते हैं। मैं थोड़ी सी चर्चा यह करना चाह रहा था कि हालांकि अभी पूरा न्याय मंजरी का पक्ष मेरा छूटा हुआ है, तो उसको मैं छोड़ रहा हूँ समय के अभाव के कारण, कि थोड़ी सी चर्चा यह किया जाए कि आधुनिक जो विज्ञान है, ये आधुनिक कालखंड हमारा है, तो उसके अपोहवाद की कोई भूमिका है क्या। ये हम जानते हैं कि अपोहवाद का जो विकास हुआ है प्राचीन दार्शनिक परंपरा में हुआ है। इसका आधुनिक विज्ञान, विशेषकर कॉग्निटिव साइंस, मनोविज्ञान, भाषा विज्ञान और कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता के कुछ सिद्धांतों के साथ इसका अद्भुत साम्य दिखाई देता है। आधुनिक विज्ञान यह मानता है कि मनुष्य का मस्तिष्क वस्तुओं को किसी शाश्वत सामान्य तत्व के आधार पर नहीं, बल्कि कुछ समानताओं और कुछ विभिन्नताओं के विश्लेषण के आधार पर वर्गीकृत करता है। जब हम किसी वस्तु को पहचानते हैं, तब हम उसे उसके विशिष्ट गुणों के साथ या उसके विशिष्ट गुणों के साथ साथ अन्य वस्तुओं के भेद के आधार पर भी समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। यह प्रक्रिया जो अपोहवाद की उस मान्यता के निकट प्रतीत होती है, जिसके अनुसार किसी वस्तु का ज्ञान अन्य वस्तुओं की व्यावृत्ति के द्वारा संभव होता है। आधुनिक संज्ञात्मक मनोविज्ञान में भी यह माना जाता है कि मनुष्य की अवधारणाएं अनुभवों के आधार पर निर्मित मानसिक संरचनाएं हैं। उदाहरण के लिए क्या करते हैं कि बालक विभिन्न प्रकार के गायों को देखकर धीरे धीरे गाय की एक मानसिक अवधारणा विकसित करता है। यह अवधारणा किसी बाह्य गुप्त नामक सत्ता के प्रत्यक्ष ज्ञान से नहीं, बल्कि विभिन्न प्रकार के अनुभवों के बीच समानताओं असमानताओं के संज्ञान से निर्मित होती है। यह दृष्टिकोण भी बौद्धों की उस धारणा के अत्यंत निकट है, जिसमें समानता सामान्यता को वस्तुगत सत्य न मानकर मानसिक उसका मानसिक निर्माण माना गया है। भाषा विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में भी अपोहवाद की प्रासंगिकता स्पष्ट दिखाई देती है। आधुनिक संरचनावादी भाषाविद ससुर ससुर ने यह प्रतिपादित किया कि किसी शब्द का अर्थ उसकी स्वतंत्र सत्ता से नहीं बल्कि अन्य शब्दों से उसके भेद द्वारा निर्धारित होता है। उदाहरण के लिए दिन का अर्थ रात से भिन्न होने के कारण समझ में आता है। इसी प्रकार भाषा में अर्थ निर्धारण संबंधों और विभिन्नताओं के आधार पर या उनके माध्यम से होता है। यह विचार भी अपोहवाद की उस मूल अवधारणा से साम्य रखता है जिसमें अर्थ को अन्य वस्तुओं के निषेध के द्वारा समझाया गया है। कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता और मशीन लर्निंग के क्षेत्र में क्लासिफिकेशन वर्गीकरण की प्रक्रिया अनेक बार अपोहवादी दृष्टिकोण की याद दिलाती है। आधुनिक एल्गोरिथम किसी वस्तु की पहचान उसके भीतर किसी शाश्वत सार्वभौम तत्व की खोज नहीं करते बल्कि विभिन्न विशेषताओं के कारण या उनके आधार पर उसे अन्य वर्गों से पृथक करते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए किसी कंप्यूटर प्रणाली को गाय और घोड़े में अगर भेद करके सिखाना हो तो वह गुप्त जैसी दार्शनिक सत्ता को नहीं पहचानेगी बल्कि उन विशेषताओं को सिखाती है जो गाय को घोड़े से भिन्न बनाती है। इस दृष्टि से मशीन लर्निंग की अनेक प्रक्रियाएं अपोहवाद की निशात्मक अर्थ निर्माण प्रक्रिया से तुलनीय प्रतीत होती हैं। फिर भी अपोहवाद और आधुनिक विज्ञान के बीच पूर्ण समानता नहीं है। आधुनिक विज्ञान समानता किसी दार्शनिक निषेधवाद को स्वीकार नहीं करता बल्कि अवधारणाओं को अनुभवजन्य और तंत्रिका आधारित प्रक्रियाओं का परिणाम मानता है। दूसरी ओर बौद्ध अपोहवाद का उद्देश्य क्षणभंगुरवाद अनात्मवाद जैसे व्यापक दार्शनिक सिद्धांतों की रक्षा करना है। इसलिए अपोहवाद केवल भाषा का सिद्धांत नहीं बल्कि बौद्ध तत्व मीमांसा और ज्ञान मीमांसा का अभिन्न अंग है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, ये बहुत ही ज्ञानवर्धक व्याख्यान था और हम लोग चाह रहे थे कि बस सुनते ही रहें। क्षमा कीजिएगा थोड़ा सा समय को ध्यान में रखते हुए, क्योंकि हम लोग चाहते हैं कि इस व्याख्यान के ऊपर जिनके मन में भी कोई प्रश्न आ रहे हों तो उचित समय प्रदान किया जाए। और सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँ हेमंत जी को। हेमंत जी, योर क्वेश्चन इज इनवाइटेड फ्रॉम द एस्टीम्ड स्पीकर। Hemant ji, you have raised a hand. Or maybe anyone else who wish to clarify the doubt from the esteemed speaker. जी, सर आप म्यूटेड हैं।
श्लोक वार्तिक में कुमारिल भट्ट जी द्वारा जो क्षणिकवाद अपोहवाद और प्रतीक समुत्पाद वाद का मूल रूप से उस पर उसका विमर्श किया गया है और एक प्रकार से खंडन किया गया है। तो हम सर ये जानना चाहते हैं कि हमने जहां तक देखा है कि कुमारिल भट्ट ने जो बौद्ध विचारों का जो खंडन किए हैं वो खंडन इसलिए नहीं किए हैं कि वो हीन भावना से खंडन नहीं किए। उनका खंडन करने का तात्पर्य ये रहा है कि जो वैदिक विचार जो है वो समृद्ध रहे और वैदिक विचार से ही प्रभावित बौद्ध विचार जो है उसकी स्वीकृति कहीं ना कहीं व्याप्त हो। तो मेरा यही है कि जो क्या ये सही है या गलत है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वास्तव में हम ये हम स्वीकार कर लेते हैं भारतीय दर्शन में कि हम जो है तत्व मीमांसा के अनुरूप अपनी हम ज्ञान मीमांसा की संरचना करते हैं और तत्व मीमांसा की सेवा के लिए ज्ञान मीमांसा का उसी रूप में निर्धारण करते हैं। यह बात कुछ हद तक सही है कि दोनों परंपराएं अपने तत्व मीमांसा को केंद्रित करके अपनी ज्ञान मीमांसा और उसके अनुरूप अपने तर्कों का उत्पादन और उसमें तीक्ष्णता प्रदान करते हैं। लेकिन बौद्धों के सामने ये 26 वर्षों से चुनौती है कि हम नित्य आत्मा को नहीं मानते हैं, नित्य जगत को नहीं मानते हैं, अनात्म को स्वीकार करते हैं, प्रभंगुरता को स्वीकार करते हैं और पुनर्जन्म को भी स्वीकार करते हैं। ये इन प्रकार की चुनौतियों को स्वीकार कर बौद्ध दर्शन एक नवीन दृष्टि या एक नवीन प्रकार की चुनौती पूरे दर्शन संप्रदाय के सामने, दार्शनिक संप्रदाय के सामने रखता है। जहां तक बात श्लोक वार्तिक की है, श्लोक वार्तिक की जो सबसे अच्छी विशेषता यह है कि वह जो है उनका जो पूर्व पक्ष है वो ईमानदारी से रखते हैं। अपोह के बारे में जब वो चर्चा करते हैं तो 10 श्लोक के वो अपोह के समर्थन में लिखते हैं और ऐसा लगता है कि कुमारिल भट्ट जो है स्वयं बौद्धिस्ट हैं, स्वयं बौद्ध के परम आचार्य हैं और बाद में जब उसका खंडन करते हैं अपनी ज्ञान मीमांसा, अपनी तत्व मीमांसा के अनुरूप सामान्य की अवधारणा को कैसे अक्षुण्ण रखा जाए। पूरी जो वैचारिक संघर्ष है वेदों के अर्थ को लेकर के है। हम वेद के अर्थ को क्या माने, वहीं से अन्विता विधानवाद आया, वहीं से अन्य विचार आए, वहीं से अभितान्वयवाद आया, वहीं से संसर्गवाद आया, बाद में उसी तात्पर्य वाद आया, संहितकर्तावाद आया। इन तमाम विचार आए वेदों के अर्थ को लेकर के। अब वेद के अर्थ को क्या स्वीकार किया जाए। अब लेकिन वही चुनौती बुद्धिज्म में भी आती है जो चर्चा होनी चाहिए थी। बस 1 मिनट में चर्चा खत्म करूंगा कि हम जब शब्द प्रमाण को बुद्धिज्म नहीं मानता है, बुद्ध वचनों को प्रमाण कैसे माने, बुद्ध वचन को हम प्रमाण कैसे माने। यहाँ 2 ही प्रमाण है, 2 ही प्रमेय है, इसलिए 2 प्रमाण है। तो अनुमान के अंतर्गत परार्थानुमान के अंतर्गत सम्मिलित किया गया। तो यह एक प्रकार का ये इस प्रकार की चुनौती को बुद्धिज्म 2600 वर्षों से स्वीकार करके एक एक युद्ध मैं तो कर रहा हूं कि ये बुद्धिज्म एक युद्ध लड़ रहा है और बहुत युद्ध में दार्शनिक जिस धर्मकीर्ति जैसा विद्वान दिग्नांग जैसा असंग वसुबंधु रत्न कीर्ति जैसे विद्वान इस भारतीय परंपरा के मिले हैं, तो वाद प्रतिवाद के माध्यम से खंडन और मंडन के पक्ष से, तो दोनों की अपनी अपनी जो ज्ञान मीमांसा है उसी के अनुरूप उनका समाधान करने का प्रयास करते हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
जी सर, आपके पेपर से एक चीज को सीखने पे मिली।
सर एक सवाल हम भी पूछना चाह रहे थे।
जी सर, बस 1 मिनट सर, जस्ट 1 मिनट। आप दोनों के पेपर से एक चीज मुझको बड़ी प्रसन्नता के साथ स्वीकार करना पड़ रहा है। जो हार्डकोर टेक्निकल फिलॉसफी होती है, जिसको हम लोग फिलॉसफी ऑफ लैंग्वेज में देखते हैं, जो असंग, वसुबंधु, नागार्जुन, दिंगनाग, धर्म कीर्ति वगैरह में आते हैं, असल फिलॉसफी तो यही होती है। ये बात दूसरी है, इस थ्योरेटिकल फिलॉसफी का एक प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट भी हो सकता है। तो प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट होना कोई बुरी बात नहीं होती, वो भी आवश्यक होता है, लेकिन उसके लिए जो जमीन तैयार की जाती है वो इसी तरह के फिलोसॉफिकल टेक्स्ट से तैयार की जाती है। एंड दैट इज व्हाई दिस काइंड ऑफ डिस्कशन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एटलीस्ट इन द अरीना ऑफ फिलॉसफी। सुभाष सर।
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। उपाध्याय सर से मेरा एक सवाल था। उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन करा और काफ़ी जानकारी हुई और खास तौर से उन्होंने एआई से भी इसको रिलेट किया। ये एक नई बात है। लेकिन मेरा एक सवाल थोड़ा सा इसके अपोहवाद के सिद्धांत को लेकर है कि बौद्ध ज्ञान मीमांसा में अपोहवाद एक बड़ा अच्छा सिद्धांत है और एक तरह से ज्ञान मीमांसी क्रांति को ये प्रारंभिक बौद्ध दर्शन में अपोहवाद के संबंध में कोई विशेष चर्चा नहीं। अभी सर ने एक नाम लिया था आचार्य रत्न कीर्त का, तो उन्होंने एक अपोह सिद्धि टेक्स्ट में इसका वर्णन किया है। तो मैं जानना चाह रहा हूं कि उनका विशेष क्या मत है इस संदर्भ।
बहुत बहुत आभार सर सुभाष जी। रत्नकीर्ति का बहुत ही दो आचार ऐसे हुए कि अपोहवाद के सिद्धांत पे देखिए हुआ क्या। दिंगनांग ने प्रमाण समुच्चय में यह पहली बार इसका प्रयोग किया। बाद में धर्मकीर्ति ने प्रमाण वार्तिक में उसका विस्तार किया। महत्वपूर्ण यह है कि उन विचारों का खंडन हुआ, दिंगनांग का और धर्मकीर्ति के विचारों का उद्धोतकर ने खंडन किया। बाद में श्लोक वार्तिक में अभी जो चर्चा हुई है कुमारिल भट्ट ने किया, जयंत भट्ट ने तो बहुत विस्तार से किया है, जिसकी मैं चर्चा अभी नहीं कर पाया हूँ समय अभाव के कारण।
जी
बहुत
जी जी
विस्तार से आचार्य जयंत भट्ट ने किया।
जी
उसके उपरांत शांति रक्षित
जी
और आपने रत्नकीर्ति का जो उन्होंने सिद्धि ग्रंथ में न्यायिकों और मीमांसकों के जो प्रश्न उत्पादित किए गए थे, उन दोनों के आलोचनाओं का उत्तर देकर अपोहवाद का परिष्कृत रूप प्रस्तुत किया।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही है सर, लेकिन एक
और
सवाल वहां भी
और
बना
बस
रहा।
एक चीज बता दूं,
जी जी जी
और
जी
उस अपोहवाद को विशिष्ट अपोह शब्द तो
जी जी
रत्नकीर्ति का दिया हुआ है।
जी जी जी
मात्र मैं तो कहता हूँ कि 50 पेज का ग्रंथ है वो अपोह सिद्धि,
जी जी
सबको
जी जी
पढ़ना
जी
चाहिए। गोविंद
बिल्कुल।
चंद पांडे
हम
सर ने इसका हिंदी में अनुवाद भी किया है।
जी जी जी
तो अगर समय हो तो इसका मैंने विस्तार, ये तो मेरे प्रिय विषय है, तो इसको
जी जी
विस्तारित
जी
तो
जी
किया सकता है
बिल्कुल
बहुत ही।
बिल्कुल,
ये
आपसे
उसका कितना
डिस्कस करेंगे।
सिर्फ
और
अभवात्मक ही नहीं, कैसे भावात्मक है, अब
जी
वो
जी
कैसे भावात्मक है, इसको जो है रत्नकीर्ति ने अपोह सिद्धि में अपने तर्क से स्थापित किया है। और वो
हाँ
एक विशिष्ट विधा थी।
जी
जी
बिल्कुल सर, लेकिन एक चीज है, इस पे कभी मौका लगा तो हम पर्सनली बात करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, स्वागत है
वस्तुओं
एकदम।
के बने रहे।
आप आपकी आवाज कट कट के आ रही है।
सर इसमें एक जैसे रत्नकीर्त ने बहुत अच्छा काम करा है इस पे, और आपने बताया भी है। कुछ हमने भी पढ़ा कहीं कहीं थोड़ा सा। लेकिन वस्तुओं के सार तत्व को लेके वो स्पष्ट नहीं कर पाए सर, चीजों को बहुत क्लियरिटी उन्होंने नहीं दी है। तो इस पे थोड़ा सा आप कभी चूंकि आपने पेपर लिखा है, इस चीज को उसमें लाने का प्रयास।
बिल्कुल, आप जब
बाकी
कहेंगे कहेंगे तो अभी, मैं अगर समय हो तो अभी कुछ चर्चा किया जाए,
अब नहीं नहीं,
जब आप
चूंकि
लोग
अब इस
कहेंगे।
प्लेटफॉर्म पे तो बहुत समय की तो बहुत
नहीं नहीं,
तो
आप में से
है, लेकिन
व्यक्तिगत उसे
बहुत अच्छा
हम
लगा कि आपने कंटेम्प्रेरी चीजों को भी उसमें लाके रखा। ये बड़ी बात है कि आज तो ज्ञान के स्रोतों के संबंध में, व्यवस्था के संबंध में बहुत सारी चीजें बदल रही हैं। ऐसे में हमें कहीं ना कहीं हमारी जो संस्कृति है, जहाँ हमारे बहुत सारी समस्याओं के सवालात जो आज हमें उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, उनके आंसर भी हैं। बस हमें उनको खोजने की जरूरत है, उस पर फोकस करने की जरूरत है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, साधुवाद कि आपने इतना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान दिया। और मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के, और मेरे भी ज्ञान में वृद्धि हुई। मुझे लगता है सब लोगों को इसका लाभ मिलेगा, और भविष्य में आपसे संपर्क करेंगे। नमस्कार।
बिल्कुल।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, और मैं ये आश्वासन देना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे जो दोनों विद्वान हैं, अगर समय हो ये पूरे दिन व्याख्यान दे सकते हैं और बहुत से सारगर्भित व्याख्यान दे सकते हैं। ये हम लोग की सीमितता है कि हम लोग समय से बंधे हुए हैं। और
बिल्कुल
मैं से निवेदन करूंगा कि इन दोनों एक्सपर्ट्स का ईमेल आईडी आप लोग प्लीज शेयर कर दीजिए, ताकि हम लोग
बिल्कुल
कोई
बिल्कुल
भी डाउट हो, हम लोग बाद में अपने एक्सपर्ट से अपने डाउट को क्लैरिफाई कर सकें।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर।
इज देयर
प्रशांत
एनी
जी,
मोर? या
प्रशांत जी उदार मना है, तो कुछ मैंने अतिशोक्ति में भी कहेंगे तो।
जैन भैया, मैं एक चीज बोलूं, मुझे आज
जी
पहली बार अपोवाद समझ में आया अच्छे से।
जी नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल। मैं सुन रहा था एक्चुअली में, जब जयंत जी इस पे पूरा डिटेल कर रहे थे, तो मुझे बड़ी खुशी हो रही थी कि इस विषय पे बहुत कम चर्चा हुई, और लोग बचते हैं इस पे बात करने के लिए, क्योंकि बुद्धिस्ट फिलोसफी के, रिलीजन एंड फिलोसफी को लेके ही बहुत सारे बायस या माइंड सेट बने हुए हैं। और उस पे लोग अक्सर सवालात ये खड़े करते हैं। मैं तो खुद ही इसका स्कॉलर हूँ, मुझसे भी लोग कहते हैं बुद्धिस्ट फिलोसफी तो है ही नहीं है, बौद्ध दर्शन दर्शन की श्रेणी में ही नहीं आता है। तो ऐसे में बहुत सारी चीजें जब इस तरह से डीपली चीजें पॉइंट आउट होती हैं, खासतौर से जयंत जी ने इस पे हमें लगता है बहुत वर्क किया और धारा प्रवाह एकदम से इस पे अपनी चर्चा रखी। मुझे लगता है कई जगह आपने चीजों को कोट भी करा, वो बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। और ये हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं इसका लाभ लेंगे, और ये आप सबका काम कहीं ना कहीं बौद्ध दर्शन को भी आज के सामाजिक अर्थ संदर्भ में प्रस्तुत करेगा और मजबूती प्रदान करेगा। थैंक यू जयंत जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। सर मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल है। सर पहली बात तो आई टोटली अग्री विद प्रशांत सर, बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन सर। और एक्चुअली ये जो फिलोसफी ऑफ लैंग्वेज का पार्ट है वो एक्चुअल में काफी टिपिकल होता है एंड इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड इट, बट आपने बहुत ही सिंप्लीफाइड तरीके से हम लोगों को एक्सप्लेन करा विच वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। सर एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है कि सिंस दिग्नाग का जो अपोह थियरी है, क्या हम लोग उसको सबसे अर्ली, सबसे प्रारंभिक थियरी ऑफ क्लास एक्सक्लूशन मान सकते हैं? और अगर हाँ, तो उसका कंपैरिजन स्ट्रॉसन के क्लास मेंबरशिप और क्लासिफिकेशन से किस तरीके से हो सकता है सर?
वाह, बहुत अच्छा। ये तो अवश्य है कि अपोह शब्द का प्रयोग और एक सिद्धांत के रूप में प्रयोग पहली बार प्रमाण समुच्चय में दिग्नाग ने किया है। इसके पहले अंगुत्तर निकाय में उससे मिलते जुलते शब्दों का प्रयोग, उपोह शब्द का प्रयोग नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि वहां से उसकी भूमिका अंगुत्तर निकाय में प्रारंभ होती है। मैं तो शुरू में कहा कि ये मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो बुद्ध का जो मौन था, जो बुद्ध अपना मौन रख रहे थे, वो वह मौन भी एक प्रकार के अपोह की पूर्व पीठिका के रूप में देखा जाना चाहिए। और रही बात शासन के, निश्चित तौर पे देखिए, गेस्टाल्ट का जो मनोविज्ञान था, तो क्या था कि मनुष्य वस्तुओं को अलग अलग तत्वों के रूप में नहीं, बल्कि एक संगठित रूप में ग्रहण करता है। और अपोहवाद में भी बुद्धि अनेक भिन्न भिन्न वस्तुओं के बीच एक प्रकार की एक रूपता का निर्माण करती है। और जो विभिन्नता में डिफरेंस के मनोविज्ञान का जो संबंध है, वो भी अपोहवाद से जुड़ा हुआ है। आधुनिक संज्ञान विज्ञान में यह माना जाता है कि पहचान जो होती है, आइडेंटिफिकेशन और अर्थ निर्माण, दोनों में भिन्नता, डिफरेंस की एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका होती है। हम किसी वस्तु को हम इसलिए पहचानते हैं क्योंकि हम अन्य वस्तुओं से उसकी भिन्नता को सिद्ध करते हैं। अपोहवाद भी कुछ इसी तरह का दार्शनिक सिद्धांत हमारे समक्ष लाता है। तो स्ट्रासन का जो मनोविज्ञान है और अपोहवाद या अर्ली अर्ली बुद्धिज्म का जो मनोविज्ञान है, वह किस तरह जो है बाद के रत्नकीर्ति तक पहुंचा है। और रत्नकीर्ति तो अपोहवाद में, अपोह सिद्धि में अहिंसा शब्द का प्रयोग भी करते हैं। अहिंसा शब्द जो है सिर्फ जो है हिंसा का अपोह नहीं है, बल्कि एक नैतिक मूल्य भी है। तो नैतिकता को केंद्र में रख करके स्ट्रासन या गेस्टाल्ट के मनोविज्ञान और आधुनिक जो मनोविज्ञान है, इसके रूप में बिल्कुल समझने की जरूरत है। इस पे काम करने की जरूरत है हम सबको, और प्रशांत जी इस पे काम कराएंगे।
अंत में मैं सबसे पहले आयोजकों को धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि आपको बहुत सोच समझ के आपने वर्कशॉप रखी है, ना कि सेमिनार रखा है। वर्कशॉप का उद्देश्य यही होता है कि आपके पास गाड़ी है, लेकिन बार बार चलते समय उस गाड़ी में अगर कुछ खामी आ गई है, आप उसको सुधार सकें। तो हम अपनी समझ में परिष्कार करने के लिए वर्कशॉप को अटेंड करते हैं, और हमारे दोनों स्पीकर ने हमारे समझ को परिष्कृत करने में बहुत ही अभूतपूर्व योगदान दिया है। आप दोनों को साधुवाद। अब आयोजकों की अनुमति से हम लोग इस सत्र को समाप्त करते हैं। आगे के
Yes, sir.
सत्र की जानकारी शिप्रा मैम देंगी। जी,
Thank you,
धन्यवाद।
sir. थैंक यू प्रशांत सर। और जैन भैया, आपको तो मतलब सुनना हमेशा ही अच्छा लगता है। प्रशांत सर ऐसे ही बहुत एक्टिव और बहुत ही मंझे हुए स्कॉलर हैं। तो और ज्ञान सर को आज मैंने पहली बार सुना, और उनका ज्ञान की चर्चा मैंने सुनी हुई थी, लेकिन उनको सुना पहली बार मैंने। तो आप तीनों को ही सुनना बहुत अच्छा लगता है। एंड नाउ आई विल invite you for the short break. And this session went very meaningfully. And with this, we have entered into the deep Buddhist philosophy. जो अभी प्रशांत सर ने बोला कि हम एकदम टेक्निकल जो बुद्धिस्ट फिलोसफी की चीजें हैं उसमें हम इससे घुस गए हैं। लिंग्विस्टिक थ्योरीज के बारे में इसमें हमने चर्चा की, अपो थ्योरी पे चर्चा की, एंड इट वेंट वेरी वेरी वेल। एंड वी लर्न फ्रॉम द लर्न स्कॉलर ऑफ बुद्धिज्म। Now this session is about to end here. We will meet after 10 minutes of break, and Dr. Aparna Dheer will moderate the next session. And I would like to share that Dr. Aparna is the director of our press, INADS Press, USA. So if you have a good write-up, you may send to her and for publish. And thank you for joining the session. My sincere thanks to Prashant sir for very well chairing the session, and my regards to both the speakers, Professor Jayant Upadhyay and Dr. Gyan Prakash sir. And thank you, and see you in the next session. We will be back by 12:35. Thank you.
Yes, are we ready to join again? Shipraji? Please, everyone switch on the camera so that we can know that we can start our session now. So I think let's start our session, and maybe some of them they will join in between. So let's not waste time, and we will start because the discussions are going really well. And so a very good afternoon to all the participants and whosoever are attending as participant or the resource person. Myself, Aparna Dheer, and I really welcome you all. And before I start this session, as per my understanding, what I feel that Buddhism, what I have read and what I have seen in the past 2 days and in the last, say, 5 academic sessions, that Buddhism is one of the world's greatest spiritual traditions. The Buddha taught the Four Noble Truths that suffering exists, it has causes, it can be ended, and the path to its end is the noble eightfold path of right understanding, right action, and right mindfulness. And we have a lot of discussion so far regarding the how we can get that attention, how we can have that. We can liberate ourselves from the sufferings and other things. And Buddhism emphasizes on self-realization, and that's why it invites each person to the path of compassion and awareness that cultivates inner peace. And that's the main uh, gist of our this workshop, that how we can overcome the war situation and attain internal peace and outer harmony, social harmony. With this, I welcome you all for this session 6. And this session is being chaired by Professor A.K. Rai, sir. He is former head Department of Philosophy and Religion, Banaras Hindu University. And I welcome you, sir. Web sir is here. Rai sir? Yes, you are here. Namaste, sir. And our participants in this session are Professor D.N. Tiwari, sir. He's former head, Department of Philosophy and Religion, again from Banaras Hindu University. And he will be speaking on Buddhism, on war and peace. And the second speaker of this session is Professor Rakesh Chandra, sir. He is Professor of Eminence, University of Lucknow. And he will be talking on some reflections on Buddhism, peace, and human rights. And our third speaker will be Dr. Prashant Shukla ji. He is associate professor and now he is professor in the Department of Philosophy, University of Lucknow. And he will be speaking on the concept of Upay Kaushal in Mahayana Buddhism, compassion, conflict transformation, and responses to war and violence. I welcome all our speakers in this session, and let me give spotlights to all of them. Prashant Shukla, sir. I think he is not here right now, and even Rakesh Chandra, sir, I'm not able to see him right now. So over to our learned chair to take the session forward, and we can proceed with the presentation of Tiwari, sir. Sir, namaste.
नमस्ते
नमस्कार नमस्कार
नमस्ते सर
हाँ हाँ
बहुत दिन के बाद आपको देख
respected scholars, students, and those who are connected with online and offline. In this session, we have two great scholars, Professor D.N. Tiwari and Rakesh Chandra. They are renowned persons, and we have to listen them to see what their opinion are on Buddhism. So I request Tiwari ji to present his paper or whatever you want to speak.
Namaste to you all. The chairperson, Professor A.K. Rai, who is my old friend, and Balram Singh ji, not there seen, Sipra Dikshit, Aparna Sen, Tulika, and so many scholars participating in the workshop. Since Professor Rai is chairing the session, and he is the most knowledgeable person on this subject, and he very much knows that D.N. Tiwari is not well versed in Buddhism. So if I am not, in tune with the spirit of his learning, he will not care. But I want to say something, some sentences about the subject war and peace in Buddhism. So you see, the Constitution of UNESCO, what it writes, since war begins in the mind of men, it is in the mind of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. War has been defined differently by different persons having their own allegiances to their own constitution, their own system. 2 or 3 points about war. In the beginning, I will tell you. In the second phase, I will tell you about Buddhism, what it says about war and peace. And the last is a conclusion. It is not a big lecture, and I will use English, but if needed, I will use Hindi also. So, war is an ideological perversion that emerges from a system and forms a system of its own. A system that considers others as having only utility value and deny the existence value of others. It looks humanity, it overlooks humanity and human values and justify war as a value. War is the negation of human values and existence. It is human violent behavior caused by man, executed by man, and justified by man. It deprives the people of the system of freedom for growing themselves as a culturally wise and their development and progress as a human being, believing the welfare of others, and makes them butchers, hunters, who kill others and glorify their hunters of humanity in case they themselves are hunted. War is the arch enemy of mankind. It is not natural, but is caused by imposition of any conflicting situation on the other, to which the other is not ready to agree, with the enforcing with, to agree with, and enforcing the other surrender against one's ideology. Since ancient time, any problem, and so is war, is imposed and not real, and therefore that can be resolved and peace can be achieved. There is a possibility that peace can be achieved. There is no problem on truth. No problem is problem in itself. All problems are imposed on truth, and what is imposed, that is ideological and can be removed for clarity and wisdom by reflecting on the problem, and therefore it is philosophically a significant topic, and I am thankful to the organizers to organize on this topic that is much needed for our time, because everywhere there is a war-like situation. War is violence against peace and must be resisted with equal force. By the law and the governments. Now something about peace. Peace against war is philosophical problem. And the philosophy of dharma and religions of Indian origin suggest cultivating the citizen since childhood for living a life of individual and social morality, ethics. The purpose of morality is welfare duties. Indians think good are fulfillment of others before their own and practice it throughout the life religiously. Indian wisdom is spiritual and gives utmost importance to virtues. All systems of Indian philosophy, whether they are heterodox or orthodox, they all teach about virtues to refrain from the war and aggression. Traditionally, the following ways are in practice to encounter war situations. First is analysis of the problem. So, analysis helps in starting out the solution of the problem. So, what is the problem for which the one is ready to fight a war? So let us sit together. If we are not sitting, and I will say that if there is a philosopher or philosophy student, and still there is a war-like situation and the war is hard, it is not good, because the philosophers have their utmost duty to invite them to sit with and to analyze the problem into parts and see what part is real, that is the cause of war, and what part is imposed. And I think that on the real part there is no war. And even if there is war situation, we can we can we can uh, put it dormant by making agreement to disagree with this. But however, all the points we will discuss, we will present before both the parties, make agreements on each of the points, and on the agreements, I think if they both are agree, then there will be no war. So analysis of the problem also helps not only to see what is real and what is imposed, but to make agreements on the points of agreements one by one. And if there is some disagreement, we have to agree for keeping our disagreement on that point. Second is very traditional way, that is in Indian philosophy, last Sam, Dam, Dand, Veda. These four are means to deal with the war. Sam means persuasion, conciliation, to keep some price, cost of the war, and like that. Offering incentive or price. Second is Dam. Dam is price, incentive. Do not fight the war. I will pay you for this. This. And third is punishment. So lastly, if you are not agree on these 2 points, and the only way is war, then I will punish you. Punishment is there. And the last is division and exploiting the opponents, bhed, as we find in Arthashastra of Chanakya. War is the last resort, according to some traditions of Mahayana and Vajrayana, for self-defense and the defense of the weak persons in society. Ramayana and Mahabharata also perceive that all means of combating war is failed. Only then the war is the last option, and is right if it is for protecting the life of innocent and maintaining the dharma or peace. The moral equivalent to war is peace. Peace is fulfillment of humanity, while war is destruction of humanity. Man has to make his fulfillment, otherwise he will soon destroy himself. The question is, how can we change the minds of the entire world against war? Second part is on Buddhism. Buddhism is anthropocentric. Anthropocentric, I mean that places the man on the top of all the creation. Man has the reason. Man has so many values. So man is the highest being in this world, and you can do what you like. Almost all anthropocentrics, except Buddhism and some other schools of philosophy, they are anthropocentric. They put the human being the topmost reality of the creation because they are rational. So the drawback of the anthropocentric point is that they care about the life of the humans, but about the life, the community of the wild community and the other community, the nature, they destroy. So man maketh nature. What nature man can make? Now you can imagine. Think about the countries who are extensionist, who are imperialist, and others. But Buddhism, being an anthropocentric philosophy, has introduced compassion, karuna, and therefore it cares for all the living beings and non-living beings also for their sound health and happiness. It is the inclusion of compassion as the highest moral value that makes it center, Buddhism, makes Buddhism center on peace as the goal of life. But in the basic principle of association, that is aggregation, sanghata, the human mind emerges by association of 5 aggregates, skandhas. They are form, sensation or feeling, vedana, perception, sangya, mental formation, sanskar, and vigyan, consciousness. What is consciousness? A very different outlook is there about consciousness. I will not go on that, but I will tell you something. Mind or consciousness is Tathagat Garbha, school of in Tathagat Garbh school of Mahayana, and even in Yogachar, is the storehouse of seeds. It is the potency, impressions, and latent energy of our thoughts, actions, and nature. It is part of our past actions and birthplace of future spiritual freedom. Mind is like a fertile soil or a womb that stores, protects, and nurtures the seeds. They are causal efficiency or potential energy latent inside womb. And when right external conditions arise, these seeds sprout as per habit, character, experience, happiness, and suffering. So these seeds are observed in Mahayana, especially of two sorts, acausal seeds, unwholesome seeds. That is, in Abhidham you can find it, this concept of acausal bees and causal bees. Acausal bees is primary element of Krishna and Dvesh, and their combination emerges fire, fear. Krishna is desire, and Dvesh is jealous, hate, and Bhaya is fear. Krishna, Dvesh, and Bhaya fall under some samskara skandha, mental furnace, and are the elements of unwholesome mind that cause suffering, negativity, restlessness, and gives direction to our karma or future life. Similarly, Kusal Bij is combination of compassion, karuna, maitri, pragya. You can put the order in the opposite way also. Pragya, maitri, pragya, karuna, like that. So, I came to know that earlier pragya was given utmost importance, the highest importance, but later pragya is pulling, merciful, purush tattva, purush tattva, and mana is stri tattva. Pragya is stri tattva, and karuna is purush tattva. So it is later added. I may be wrong. Dr. Professor Rai will correct me. Pragya is the knowledge of aggregate of sunyata and selfishness. And karuna is the perception of suffering and the sense of removing the suffering of others. That is removal of the sense of I and you. Maitri Bhavana is loving kindness, to be friendliness, to treat lovely. And next is mudita, sympathetic joy. And the next is upekha, equanimity. Thus, karuna is not void of pragya, but combination of both the knowledge, pragya, and the compassionate action, that is karuna, at the same time needed for peace. So karuna is why needed for peace? Because it is not, pragya is not a dry knowledge. Pragya is with karuna. And when it is added with karuna, it works for peace. Their seeds are latent energy in mind as causal potency. And when they get favorable conditions from external world, they cause effects. Since all potencies are there in human consciousness, and all activities are the game of causal efficiency, the potencies, the combination may be in right or wrong conditions. It may be opposed to compassion in some persons. One may become arhat, enlightened, or may be an inhuman or cruel. That depends on the aggregation of the potencies. That may cause peace if the combination is right, and war if the combination is cruelty. To avoid the conflict and war, aggression and war situation, Buddha preached eightfold paths that are kusal sadhana. Kusal sadhana. Eightfold paths are called kusal sadhana. So you all are knowing samyak drishti, samyak sankalp, samyak vak, samyak karman, samyak ajiv, samyak vyayam, samyak smriti, samyak samadhi. These are virtues, virtue-based qualities. In nature, they are sattvic, and therefore they are virtues. Sadachar. They are categorized into three: pragya, is wisdom, that is aggregation of right view. drishti, samyak drishti, right resolve, sankalp. The resolve for disinterestedness by removing lust, hate, and cruelty. The second is seal, prajna, seal, samadhi. Seal is ethical concept. Samyak vak, samyak karm, samyak ajiv, ajivika, ajiv, livelihood. They come under the seal, ethical concept. So our conduct must be venerable to others. Our perception must be venerable to others, and so is our conduct. That is seal. Samyak vak, samyak karm. Vak means by speech, speaking truth, accepting truth. Samyak karm, doing ethical actions. Samyak aji, livelihood. Livelihood should not be earned by forgery, deceitful means, or by selling drugs and disastrous atomic weapons, doing trade of foul trades like that. Panchasil. Here comes the theory of Panchasil. That is very important. The first of the Panchasil is not to kill any living being. Seal means ethical concept. These five are ethical duties called Panchasil. The first is not to kill any living being. The second is not to steal, not to take back the things you have gifted to others. And the third is keeping away from sexual perversion, illicit, illegal sex. And the fourth is keeping away from speaking fake, lie. And the last is do not take wine, drugs. So keep away from the drugs, wine, etc. These five are called Panchasil. In Samadhi Skand, Prajna, Seal, and now Samadhi. Samadhi Skand, that is mental discipline. Samyak Vyayam, Samyak Smriti, and Samyak Samadhi. You all are scholars and you know about that. Right mindfulness, keeping the mind fixed and quiet by going deep into the consciousness is the concentration. Seal and Samadhi leads to Prajna. The good conduct, venerable conduct, and concentration, most powerful. They lead to Prajna, wisdom, right knowledge. Now we see, and I will not say much about the Buddhism. Professor Rai is here, and he will complete the part on Buddhism I have left. Third part, presently trade and business of more and more disastrous weapons of some advanced countries. They have two aims behind researches and production of the weapons. First, to strengthen their economy, and second, to create fear of war situation between the countries, so that both side nations purchase their most disastrous weapons as a part of preparation of fighting war. There is $1 trillion global business of war weapons that destroy the economy of their market countries. There is business of weapons that create market. There is market that creates conflict. There is conflict that creates fear of war. There is fear of war that causes war. If there is no fear, there is no military, no pursuit of weapons that cause removal of war. If there is no war, there is no peace. If there is no war, there is peace, harmony, and progress. In the present time of atomic era, we have to say goodbye either to the war or to goodbye to our life on the earth. Goodbye to the either to the war, either to your life on the earth. Now the concluding part. Human mind is potentially Bij Dharmita. Potentiality, Bij Dharmita. Causal efficiency. When associated or aggregated with conditions that cause an effect in present is called Sat. Sat is Artha Kriya Karitva. That is not ultimate real, but depending on conditions, the potential causes real or effects in instant present. In changing condition, it can cause other effects having different nature. From this point of view, war and peace are relative concepts and based on causal efficiency of the potential, and thus none of them are permanent. We can expect no war if we stop feeding and watering the unwholesome seeds latent in human consciousness. This is from the Buddhist side. The moment we stop feeding and watering the latent disastrous seeds, there will be no war. From the perspective of realization of truth, realization of pratit samutpad, or sunyata, and conducting according to such ethical philosophy is the highest refuge of peace. With these words, I thank you all for listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Rai sir for his comment, or otherwise we can move ahead with the next speaker, or we can take, because we have question answer round in the last, and I think we should prefer to take questions in the QA round, and we can have presentations first, as Rai sir suggests.
No, you should first have the question answered, then we come to that.
Okay, sir. So questions are invited.
If anyone asks to put the questions, he is free. Tiwari ji.
You can write your questions in the chat box too, or ask directly.
Pardon, I could not.
Sir, we are saying that questions can be asked either in the chat box, or otherwise they can raise hand.
Okay. You just tell me what question is asked, and then I will.
Hanji. Currently, sir, there is no question in the chat box.
So I think there is no question. So I summarize just the
Short eyes because the participants are very wise. They know that Professor Rai is the authority here and he will.
nahin, I am no authority. I am just like listener and hearing Buddhism. I am not teaching Buddhism. I have never taught Buddhism.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So you must agree that we have listened a very comprehensive lecture covering war, peace, and then the teaching of the Buddhism. And Professor Tiwari has rightly emphasized that war is the negation of the will. You are going for the war, then so long as you are inside the nation, in your nation, you are very moral, you are this and this. But when you are fighting for the war, you give up all the morality. Even where rules are there that you should not do that, but you do not follow that. In war, you want to win, and for winning, you adopt all types of weapons in order to win. You do not want to be defeated. So that is the matter. So war is the negation of the value, and he taught that war and peace cannot go together. If there will be war, there will be no peace. And without peace, there is no development. Unless there is a peace, there will be no development. He has also mentioned the 4 types of ethical principles in living, Hindu points of view. One is the Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, etc. And these are all we see follow in Hinduism. But even then, there are rules. For example, I have heard that in the first war with Muhammad Ghori, Prithviraj just following the Muhammad Ghori, but he did not kill him because he was forward and he was in the back. So from the back side, you should not kill any person. So you see, it is not the case that all the morality are negated in war, but some persons, some traditions coming. We have the example of the Bhishma. He could have killed. What was the name of the person standing with the Arjun? But he could not kill because he recognized that he is a woman. So that was the case. Sometimes some wars we find the military and some values are going together, but not all wars. Many wars we do not find such a combination. So that is the very tragedy. Even if you are going in war, you should kill only those who are opponents, not the civilians. But all the times, if you throw the bomb in the modern time, that has exceeded because we are throwing the bomb. We do not know I am killing whom. So that is the problem. So war, we want to maintain value. Very good charters of the United Nations. But how can you separate when you are throwing the bomb, when you are throwing the missiles? Their citizens, civilians, and those people will not be killed. So this one. Then the second part, Tiwari highlighted the gave emphasis on the values, Buddhist way of liberation. And these ways of liberation are not way of the liberation, but the way of living in the world also. If you follow the truth, if you follow the samadhi, if you follow the right way of living, you will be happy in this world also. Let us go for the nation, wherever nation is going. But if you will follow these principles, so he has very rightly pointed out. And with these words, I complete my comments on the Tiwariji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rai, sir. And as in the chat box, we received from a comment, just a feedback that it is that talks are really engaging and very thought-provoking. So I found that all these things, all these discussions are very thought-provoking, and they are providing directions for new way of research, and which our current students who are participating here will help us a lot. So thank you, sir. And now I request to the next speaker. Sir, I will invite, or you want to invite him?
Actually, you invite.
Okay. Sir, our next speaker for today session is Professor Rakesh Chandra, sir. He is Professor of Eminence, University of Lucknow, and he will be speaking on some reflections on Buddhism, peace, and human rights.
So I invite Professor Rakesh Chandra ji to present his speech or paper, something what he wants.
We welcome you, sir, for your presentation.
Good afternoon. It's an honor and privilege to be speaking in this forum. Thank you, Professor Rai. Thank you, Shipra, and thank you, Aparna, for giving me this invitation. It's also a great honor to be in the presence of Professor D.N. Tiwari, whom is an old friend and one of the most humble and great scholars of Buddhism. I have earlier written on Buddhism several papers where I have looked at Buddhism with reference to skepticism of the ancient world and Richard Rorty. I've also written on Buddhism and existentialism, and also sometimes on Buddhism and B.R. Ambedkar. But today in this presentation, I will try to take some elements of history and some conceptual issues, not using a completely analytical method, although I'll flag the importance of it. And this I'm doing precisely on the request of Professor Prashant Shukla, who said that, Shipra wanted this exercise to be more educative, and so that we have more elements for learning about the whole area, rather than writing very technical papers. So it's a little less technical, but I think that I'll try. There will be perhaps two sections. One is purely historical kind of an account, and then the other is a more conceptual account where I take certain issues as they relate to Buddhism and human rights. February 29, 2016, we had a Tibetan monk, Kalsing Wangdu, and who immolated himself for the Free Tibet movement. And this was in Kadzé Prefecture, China. Then since 2009, over 140 Tibetan Buddhists have self-immolated themselves. The Dalai Lama the 14th on March 2013 again spoke that if any action, whether violent or non-violent, depends on the motivation. Is it too much anger? Is it too much hatred? Or is it compassionate and calm-minded? And if you are even immolating yourself with a calm mind, then it would not be considered to be violent, perhaps, and this needs attention. So 2,500 years of practice in multiple traditions, the Buddhists have gone to war, engaged in conflict and acts of violence. In Korea, Tibet, China, Japan, and Thailand, monasteries have served as militant outposts and monks have led revolts. Buddhism's engagement with statecraft has also been interesting. 5th century BC, Indian monarchs of Magad and Koshal patronized Buddhists. Buddhist authority legitimized the kings. They gave them the title like Chakravarti, one who turns the Buddhist wheel. They call them the Dharmaraj, the ruler of the Buddhist Dhamma, not Dharma. And in Mongols and Tibetans, Dalai Lama, or the ocean of wisdom as it means, Buddhists have gone to war from 3rd century BCE. 1st century, there were Buddhist monks who brought their tradition to China. There was stories of the villainous Mara, which met and which led to the Buddhist revolts. Soldier monks revolted in the times of the Tang dynasty, asserting that 10 deaths would enable to compile the Bodhisattva path. By 13th and the 14th century, Buddhists had staged armed uprisings to establish their own status and to overthrow the Mongol dynasty. The Mahayana Buddhism moved from China to Korea in the 4th century, and then the Koreans brought to Japan in the 6th century. powerful monasteries and armies were solicited to protect the Chinese Korean monks. They fought the Mongols and the Zurichans. Japan Shin adherents fought over the Amit Paradise. From 1699 to mid-1950s, Lao and Thai holy men Phumiban staged dozens of messianic revolts against Thailand. The leaders claimed supernatural powers of Maitreya, the Buddha to be. The Thai king Taksin liberated his people from Burmese occupation in 1767 and called himself the Stream Emperor, the first stage of the four stages of sainthood in Theravada Buddhism.
Sir, you got muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's fine.
So the leaders claimed supernatural powers of Maitreya and the Buddha to be. The Thai king Taksin liberated his people from Burmese occupation in 1767 and called himself the Stream Emperor, the first stage or the four stages of sainthood. Japan's Zen monks fought as soldiers in the Russo-Japanese War in 1904, and within the Tibetan tradition there were fighter monks who were called the Idob. They are not soldiers but have at least one weapon. Indian Army also had a Tibetan frontier force, and it has notable fighters. There has been civil war in Sri Lanka from 1983 to 2008. So how do we justify wars and conflicts in the framework of Buddhism? Often Buddhists invoke the idea of the need to bring civilization through war. The Rinzai monk Shaku Soen responded to Leo Tolstoy by confirming a just war stance. To bring in the harming, killing, and war are necessary. So if you have to bring in harmony, you have to kill, and there the war is necessary. In Sri Lanka, there emerged an ideology which is called Jajatik Chintanya, and this is a nationalist kind of idea, meaning nationalist thought, which became part of the socialist leading Jamda Vimukti Virurana, or the People's Liberation Front, which enlisted monks. Ahimsa is a notion to be understood as either non-violence or non-injury, which means no harm. The Panchashil again are brought in, abstaining from killing sentient beings, abstaining from stealing, abstaining from lying, abstaining from intoxicants, again abstaining from sexual misconduct. And these are, of course, as we all know, like the 5 yamas of the Hindu tradition: ahimsa, satya, aste, brahmacharya, and aparigrah. But 3 variables are also brought for exception. When can ahimsa be allowed? 1, what is the intention? 2, the nature of the victim. 3, the stature of the one who is committed. So if he is the king, and these are brought in to justify parricide even of Ajatashatru who had killed his father in Magad. And many current acts of violence are justified by these 3 exceptions: that what is the intention, what is the nature of the victim, etc. Now there is this idea of the best intention. The Vinay Pitak of the Sutta Vibhanga speaks of distinguishing deliberate acts of manslaughter from accidents. So if you have accidentally killed somebody, it will not be considered to be manslaughter, which is perhaps also acceptable by many. So deliberate intention to kill or a madman's crime are pardonable. There is a discussion again of Upay, and you will have a detailed discussions of Upay Kaushal by Professor Shukla later. And this Upay or skill of the means, this is used by the awakened to awaken. So the one who is Jagrat, who has got the Buddhahood, will use it to help others to awaken. There is a parable of the man saving his children from fire by promising gifts, as they were enthralled in games. Here he lies, but it is not condemned. The Upay Kaushalam Sutra, where we are warned in a dream about the murder of 500 in the future Bodhisattvas by a robber. The captain, again, the Mahakarunik or the Great Compassionate, contemplates for 7 days after waking, and after rationalizes, then decides to kill the robber himself. So Buddha explains, for me the sansar was curtailed for 100,000 eons because of the skill in means or upaya and great compassion. The robber died to be reborn in the world of paradise. Here the skill is means, the upaya is motivated by compassion, which is again part of the karmic result of murder. Vajrayana doctrines and tantric texts, there are sacrifices where animal sacrifices, especially of larger animals, are encouraged as they feed more people. So you can kill a larger animal because it feeds more. So don't kill the fish, but kill a larger animal. Strangely, subsequently, when it comes to the cow, then there is an exception. Violence is also seen in a redemptive act. Bodhisattva Vajrapani kills the Hindu god Maheshwar, who then is reborn as the enlightened follower of Buddha. Sarva Durgati Pratishodh Tantra advocates killing of those who hate the three jewels. तो त्रिरत्न का हेट करने की वजह से उनको मार डाला जा सकता है. Killing of an evil person prevents the person from committing further negative actions of karma, and so it is justified. The Tibetan ruler Lang Darna in 841 was to be killed as a compassionate killing. The people of the ruler are both liberated. Non-human killing of yakshas requires confession but not expulsion. तो आपने किसी यक्ष को मारा तो आपको माफी मांग लेनी चाहिए. Theravada dietary habits allow for eating of chicken and pork but not a cow, because here the justification is it's a larger animal. And just as we saw earlier, they said कि नहीं larger को मार लो छोटे को मत. Killing of non-Buddhists is justified. In the Sinhalese Mahavansh, and was not ignored by them in dealing with the liberation Tamil tigers of Elam, LTTE, which you all remember. The Thai campaign against communists, Buddhist monks Kottivara considered the communists to be like the beasts, not full persons. So either they have to be tameable and they are tamed, or they are killed. Anguttara Nikaya speaks of the horse trainer. What is the emptiness here? Now, this is the philosophical problem. The ontological position and the implication for valuing human life. If things do not have near nature, if Shunyavad is the reality, then what is the point of valuing anything including human life? There is also a concept here available in certain contexts of the Icchantika. These are the Icchantikas are called who are barred from enlightenment, and no sinful karma can accrue if you kill them. The Shrutimati Paripacha, how to kill with the sword of wisdom. This is a very beautiful account, that how to kill with the sword of wisdom. If sentient beings are only names and thoughts, nama rupa, then one should kill only names and thoughts. Kill the thought of the self. And this is, however, no killing because there is no killer. Acts are empty and have no repercussion. Manjushri defends the criminal and explains that since the actions were empty at the time of the deed, there should be no exoneration. The history of Buddhists favored kings, and also interestingly, in the case of Ashoka, who in his war 10,000 people died, 15,000, 150,000 were enslaved in Kalinga. But even after the epiphany, there was capital punishment was not stopped, and 18,000 Jains were killed, and there were many atrocities to the turn of Buddhists. Jenkins in 2010 talks about the auspiciousness of compassionate violence. In Milinda Panha, again a very important work for many of us as a Buddhist doctrine, the Milinda Prashna, there are 8 classes of men who kill: lustful men, cruel, dull, proud, avaricious, foolish, needy, and kings. But here the king has to do it as a part of his duty. And in the Vajrayana, Dalai Lama, the 5th, also justifies violence. Curious traditions of Buddhist response to abortion and euthanasia also exist. In Japan, if you abort the fetus, you have to take it to the monastery for cremation. So Bodhisattva Jijo is actually the guardian of children, and that is where you have to go. So self-mortification for merit and display of piety and devotion are frequently seen in Buddhists, as many monks wrote in blood and sliced off the parts of their body to please the gods. And there is much literature on devaluing of women in Buddhist tradition. There were Buddhist nuns in Therigatha. Orders of nuns do not survive very much, but women were represented as seductresses and Mara's daughter. There's also a debunking of raciality. Although, we quote it so often that Buddha was against the caste system and the Varna theory. But you find that in most of the artwork, Buddha is represented as the fair one, and the asuras and his adversaries are always represented in dark colors. Buddhists created symbols 969 representing the six jewels, Buddha Dharma Sangh, and responded to 986, which was the symbol of the Muslims. Nichiren Buddhism, rejection of nuclear arms and spiritual transformation. And so all of this, so the history has been very, very checkered. Engaged Buddhism arose in the 20th century when Buddhist Asia faced multiple challenges. Military government of Myanmar, ecological crisis of Thailand, and there was deforestation, repression of women, Dalit throughout. Then there was challenge to westernization, globalization. Gandhi has been acknowledged by many as an influence of spiritual-based activism. And in that, again, we have Bhimrao Ramoji Ambedkar, again, inspired by Buddhism. He did not agree entirely on Gandhi's interpretation, but benevolence, loving kindness, compassion of Buddhist sisters were again alluded to. Karuna and Metta as active acts of commission. Selflessness, benevolence, and peacefulness are the ideals. Now, it is interesting that now in the present time, corporate mindfulness is being offered by companies. You would be very surprised to know that Google has a search inside yourself leadership institute. It is called SIYCI, an institute which is founded in 2013. And by 2014, 10,000 mindfulness-based cognitive therapies have been done. So Google has this program which is called Search Inside Yourself Leadership Institute, and they are doing mindfulness and the other. Now here I can take a little turn towards philosophy and try to see that one very popular comparison which sometimes is made between Buddhism and existentialism. And here I raise 5 simple questions. Is Buddhist non-self idea similar to existence precedes essence? 2, existential thinkers sometimes reject universal morality as inauthentic and speak of authenticity, self-criticality, and non-immersion. But Buddhist middle path following, will it be like immersion and will it be inauthentic? 3, dread, boredom, guilt, despair of existentialist melancholy. Is it the same as Buddhist suffering? 4th, primacy of the individual, critique of reason, authenticity, inauthenticity, alienation, encounters with nothingness, dread and freedom. Do they have Buddhist parallels? And the 5th is, does existential preoccupation with subjectivity and its Marxist skepticism of state make it possible to develop a human right perspective? Godless, selfless Buddhism, does it provide a better alternative? And I think the existential encounter with nothingness is not Buddhist. And I say that very loudly, and I want to dismiss most of the comparisons. Buddhist dukkha opens itself with causes and possibility of elimination. The whole Patitya Samatpad will give you a cause and the possibility of elimination. Authentic choice leads beyond dread and despair, but not to a universal abstract destination like the nirvana. Many existentials insist on lonely singleness, but of course Marcel declared the self being real only in communication with the other. And of course Martin Buber, I, thou, encounter self and the authentic other, opening up new possibilities of solidarity. And this perhaps may be compared to Mahayana Buddhism. What is the universality of human rights? Many base it on absolutist Platonic clause. This may be an empirical negotiated construction, and the lost authenticity may be recovered by compassion. There are many practical-minded people, as mentioned, who are reminding us of Buddhist Satipatthana, non-judgmental awareness of body and thought. Anapanasati, breathing awareness, Metta Bhavana, loving kindness, and being taught sometimes secularized, leading to improved attention focus, emotional regulation, empathy, and in grades. Leading Buddhists in Asia, like Dalai Lama from Tibet, Aung San Suu Kyi from Myanmar, A.T. Abhayratne from Sri Lanka, Maha Goshananda from Cambodia, Sulak Sivarakshana from Thailand have been using the language of human rights. And now I come to this section on human rights. And here I think we need a little philosophical attention. There are two uses of right, right and wrong, and right and duty. These are both normative uses where they are related to what is considered to be valuable, ought not to be taken as. Now, whatever is morally right may be related to the criteria of what is good. Is it in terms of consequences or in intention? Is it in terms of pleasure produced, or is there some intrinsic good or a teleological goal? Utilitarians, deontologists have different concepts of good. Now, whatever is accepted as morally good does not automatically turn into a right. Rights make sense in a frame of institutional frame where there is someone who has a right and someone who has the corresponding duty. So if you have to help a neighbor by informing him, is it the neighbor's right? If you have to help a drowning man, is it the right of the drowning man? If there is somebody who needs blood and you can give the blood, is it the right of the person to get your blood? So there are many things which are right, but they do not seem to be the rights. Therefore, there is a difference between being right and having a right. And they have two different philosophical grammars. There's a righteousness to be right. This is to be right, which is a conformity to a standard, as I mentioned, much like knowledge. Rights, on the other sense, are things that one holds. It creates an entitlement that can be claimed. Right demands action. As Feinberg in 1980 claimed, rights make things happen. In many cases, some things can be right in both senses. Something may be right and also recognized as a right. Many social welfare schemes seeking benefits, protections, and services can be seen as so right that they demand rights and entitlements to be created. For Ronald Dworkin in 1977, rights are like trumps. They are like additional claims. Now, promises, contracts, constitution, international treaties create different rights. Human rights talks has to be furthered with the question, what is it to be human? What is it? What is the source of their rights? Is God the source of those rights? Is the divine right their theory too? Is nature right theory too? Is natural right theory? The constructivist picture, where we have a picture of ourselves as autonomous moral agents with certain needs and capabilities. We are not describing who we are. We are declaring how we want to be. Do not treat people because they are of a certain nature. You treat people in a certain way and they will become human. They need ideas. The need idea has a problem because many people say that the human rights are based upon human needs. The needs of a glutton and the needs of a saint are entirely different. The very popular idea of needs are given by Maslow's pyramid. From lower to higher needs, it is not based on any scientific data. And he also admits that preferences may differ. It is more likely a case of a philosophical anthropology. He talks about survival, safety, love, affection, belongingness, esteem, self-esteem. Then he also talks about truth, goodness, beauty, wholeness, aliveness, completeness, justice, simplicity, richness, effortlessness, playfulness, and self-sufficiency. Now, development experts from the last few decades have taken a human rights approach to development. The United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the CEDA, the World Bank, the EZE, all insist that human rights fulfillment is necessary for development. And development is necessary to ensure and promote respect for human rights. The picture of human rights proposed by Rousseau and Hobbes is opposed. But now there's a more inclination to take the capabilities approach from Aristotle to Rousseau to Marx to Amartya Sen to Martha Nussbaum and Sabina El-Kire. Religion and God-based ideas of human rights are troublesome. What about non-believers? Do they have no human rights? What about atheists? What about conflicting religious directives? Buddhism as a religion without God and a permanent soul seems to be an odd candidate for religion. Many scholars have argued that it is precisely this factor which makes it possible for it to speak of Buddhism and human rights. So we know Kuruom has been advocating, and the first online conference on human rights and Buddhism was actually organized by Kuruom. Buddhist states and people do not necessarily show a good account of human rights, as I have shown in the beginning of my paper, that it's not clear that Buddhist states have a better human rights. But we need to attend to the conceptual issue. In the constructivist frame, as mentioned, human nature and human dignity are more like a project. Human nature is conventional. It is a result of individual and social action. It is bound by psychobiology of human potential, because ought implies can, but the state and the society guided by human rights create this human nature. Human rights create and protect the social conditions for an effective enjoyment of human moral personality. We also know, I don't have time, but we need to have a discussion on having a right, exercising a right, and also enjoying a right. Because just having a human right doesn't mean, are you exercising it, are you enjoying it, etc. And this has been discussed by many people. In the concept of rights intelligible in Buddhism. Now, is it so? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, the International Covenant of Economic and Social Cultural Rights, 1966, and in the same year, International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights. These three together seem to form the Bill of Human Rights. Rights of persons, right before law, political rights, economic and social rights, rights of communities. Now, naturalists defend that they are on the grounds of that all of us have reason and morality. Others defend them with contextualization, contingency, construction, and relativity. Skeptics, however, say that no, these are fictions like witches and unicorns. There are no human rights. Human rights are nonsense. Now, Bhikkhu Buddhadas from Thailand speaks of dictatorial Dhammi socialism. Now, is the human right of property against Buddhism authorizing accumulation? But Buddhists speak of stealing and charity, which means that there is a prohibition or there is an acceptance of property. Because if I don't possess any property, then how can somebody else taking it be called stealing? So rights of people over something have to be accepted. So Buddhists, like the Tibetans, also call for group rights. Now, some scholars argue that the source of human rights is in the international consensus. And this, I think, I find it a wonderful way. They say that actually the human rights are, like Charles Taylor and the others, they are the unforced consensus of the people. So what is the source of human rights? The consensus of 180 countries. Now, there are different parts of human rights, the structural equivalence and multiple foundations which allow a consensus reached at the face of pluralistic cultural and philosophical perspective. Many people think that they are manifesto rights, like Greenberg, as I mentioned, and there is an agreement. No one that these are rights about which no one asks why should they be accepted. So they seem to be minimal and thin. Now we have a professional philosophers, as many of us are here. We have many problems here. We know that the Kshanabhangavad, if it is taken literally, it has many problems in epistemology. Who will know if everything is momentary? What will be known? What happens to epistemology? The Naiyics therefore argue that there must be at least a stability for three moments. The idea of sanskar pravaha in the Kshana for explaining continued self and karma require a fuller explanation in terms of human will and volition. Much like the Advaitin, the problem of locus of ignorance, lust and defilement are also to be explicated. Who has the lust? Is it the pravaha or the Kshana? If causality, substance and nirvana all have no real nature, as we see in the Mool Madhyamik Karika and in the Sharbatsky's version, if they have no swabhav, what kind of force do we have for a moral imperative? Karuna, for the fellow sufferers, seems the only pragmatic idea, which is like Christian charity without its metaphysics. Scholars argue that Buddhism posits, like Rousseau, who came much later, that the essence of human dignity lies in the assumption of man's responsibility to his own governance. Buddhahood itself is within the reach of all human beings. And if all can achieve it, what greater equality and dignity can there be? So everybody has Buddhahood. Reciprocal understanding of human rights and duties is closely related to the Buddhist idea of non-injury and harm to others. Ahimsa, satya, asteya, emphasized by Buddhism, go well with the ideas of brotherhood, right to life, liberty, and security. We need to participate in the realization of the Buddha nature of ourselves. For some, the concrete relational dynamic nature of the person in contact with each other gives the ground for human nature and human rights. And this can be seen again in relationship to the Pratitya Samutpad, which is the Sanskar Prabha and the causal chain. We are interrelated not only in what we are on the level of ontology, but also in the struggle of what we ought to be. Recently, I and Dr. Prashant were there in a Schopenhauer conference, and there again, Schopenhauer said that we are all fellow sufferers, and that is how we are together. Here is where the Buddhist virtue of compassion or karuna encourages us to develop empathy. The 8th chapter of the Bodh Charyavatara speaks of exchanging self and the other. So I exchange myself for the other. The samabhav, and this kind, it recommends a meditative practice in which we imaginatively place ourselves in the position of the other. And this is the kind of sentimentalism which is important. In this account of attribution of human rights is an expression of a deep human ability to recognize the other as like oneself, to experience empathy for others' needs and suffering, to consent to support and reinforce in the fulfillment of other human capability, well-being. L.S. Cohill in 1999 in the Journal of Law and Religion speaks of rights as religious or secular, and he has a very provocative title. It says, should rights be religious or secular? Why not both? A beautiful argument, but to my mind still very, very problematic, philosophically as well as pragmatically. Many think Buddhist proposal can reconcile the ethics of justice with the ethics of care. Does compassion ground human rights? Or is it an effective response to someone who seeks violation of human dignity? And this is in fact very important, which I want all you to see. He's saying that compassion is the ground of human rights. Now, is it the case or it is the other way around? We see a violation and therefore we are moved by compassion. Now, here is the foundationalism which is at odds with the anti-essentialism of the Madhyamics, including the Dalai Lama. Our anti-foundationalist argument for rights without reasons, and this is again an argument that you can have rights without reason. I here invite you to think that can there be an ethics without foundations? Can we just act on our convictions? What about niyam of karma? What about the ground of dharma? Are they not foundations? The idea of Buddha's nature is also essentialist, or if not essentialist, at least foundational. It is very often alluded to the idea, and this is sometimes related to the idea of human flourishing and Aristotle, which unfolds in the cultivation of virtues. Buddha nature is again an equivalent of human dignity. Human rights are to ensure human good, which is due under dharma. The idea of the Four Noble Truths, especially shield, is often well related to human rights, which must be explained with simply universality, authority, and authenticity. Society must facilitate universal human rights. And this has been done by classical Buddhism. But is it not foundational? It might be wondered that in this dysfunctional world, with a truthless United Nations, it can do nothing, where power and technology are used by superpowers for omnicide, will an appeal to Buddhist universal compassion work? Or should we pull the bluff and ask this question to the most powerful man in the world and announce loudly, Mr. President, in your greed and unyielding prejudice, you are not a man to be feared, but a man frightened of his own self and responsibility. You can still reclaim your humanity if you will restore it to others. And here, from bad faith to authenticity, from losing your nature to your Buddhahood, we can make an appeal which is at once, at sounds existential, Buddhist, and Advaita. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Chandra, sir. It was always enriching to hear you because we learned so much from you. And as we are seeing so much debate online these days regarding rights and other things, and your paper was majorly focused on the human rights. So I believe everybody has learned from your paper. And now I request our chair to have his comments, and then we can proceed with further questions. Sir, Rai sir. Sir, you can unmute. No, sir, it is not audible because it is muted. As the sir is trying to unmute, if any the question is there, please, you are welcome in the chat box. You can write your questions there. And you can even raise hands. We can proceed with the questions. Any questions or comments?
Oh,
Yes, it is please.
okay. We must agree that we have listened a very nice paper, illuminating paper. The paper has two parts. One is concerned with the history, another is the what is right. The first part, he has rightly emphasized that the theory of intention. So when the intention is good, the outer form of the action can be minimized. So that is the Buddhist way. And he has rightly pointed out to that. So far as right is concerned, my only problem is that when we are considering the right, the problem is whether we should consider the source or not, whether the right is coming from which source. Suppose a person or a Muslim saying that I have this right, and it is written in the Quran. And Buddhists say, no, you do not have the right because it is not humanitarian. Then what will happen? How will we decide the question? This is the problem arises when I hearing your lecture. So paper was very nice and we have to learn from him. And I thanks Chandraji for his beautiful paper. Okay, thanks.
Dr. Chandra sir, you like
Yeah,
to add
sir.
something?
Yeah, I want to say something. चंद्रा सर अगर ये टॉपिक नहीं बोलते तो ये बहुत कुछ हम मिस करते बुद्धिज्म में. अभी मुझे ये समझ में आया.
वो तो है.
हाँ, ये सर ने सजेस्ट किया तो मुझे लगा कि अच्छा इधर तो हमने बात ही नहीं की ह्यूमन राइट्स और इस पे ध्यान नहीं आया और ये बहुत बहुत अच्छा था.
I have
Very
one
very
small,
nice.
yeah. I have one small response to Professor Rai's issue. See, in the human right discourse, as we said, there are generally three positions taken that human rights should be based upon God. So if you base it on God, then you have a problem that the Islamic God will say something, and the Hindu God will say something, and the Buddhist God will say something. So that has a problem, and so the idea of the divine source of human rights has not been taken seriously by most. Although it is interesting that even the American Constitution begins with the say that all men are equal because God made them to be so. The second is the doctrine that the idea is that human rights are based upon human nature. But that again is, as I said, that Hobbes has one account of human nature and Rousseau has another account of human nature. So you have a difficulty that, you know, if we are basically evil, then are we going to base it on that human nature? If we are basically good, then the third view, which has actually been taken by most of the people now in the world in international discourse, is that human rights are based upon international consensus. So 180 countries have accepted that we accept a certain set of values to be the values which are accepted by all. Now, they are not based upon the idea that God made us to be so, or but this is the way we will treat each other. So it's more like a program, a manifesto, that this is the way we will treat each other in order to create a truly human society. Now, this kind of a view, which is called the constructivist view, is more based upon pragmatism. It does not talk about an essential human nature, and it says that, you know, there are these. If you see that there's a list of human rights, the last 5 or 6 human rights are actually only procedural, but they are right to equality, their right to freedom, their right to social cultural rights and political rights and economic rights are all taken together. पहले ये होता था कि इकोनॉमिक राइट्स अलग देखते थे और कल्चरल राइट्स अलग देखते थे. आप लोगों का ये कहना है कि अगर आपके पास पैसा नहीं होगा तो आप सबके ह्यूमन राइट्स कैसे पूरे करेंगे. और दूसरी बात ये है कि अगर आप पैसा ही कमाने में लगे रहेंगे और आप ये नहीं देखेंगे कि ह्यूमन राइट वायलेशन हो रहा है, तो वो बात भी गलत है. सो यू हैव टू सी दैट देयर इज इक्वालिटी एंड रिस्पेक्ट टू ह्यूमन डिग्निटी एंड देयर इज इकोनॉमिक पावर, and you have to see that there is economic power so that you can fulfill the human right. So all the human rights and development are now seen as together, and the justification is given in completely non-religious, non-natural terms, in terms of human consensus. So if some say that my religion is more superior to your religion, the international law will say that, you know, religious considerations do not matter. We are only talking about human beings as they are recognized in the international law.
Theoretically, it is all right, but in the practical way, the problems remains.
Yes, yes, absolutely. That is why, you know, the difficulty, sir, I think is only this. जो प्रैक्टिकली भी सब लोग कहते हैं कि यूएन की कोई पावर नहीं है, वो भी कुछ लोगों के हाथ में फंस गया है. लेकिन बात ये है कि एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पंचायत के रूप में अगर हमने यूएन को भी खत्म कर दिया तो कुछ नहीं बचेगा. अभी कम से कम अपील कर. सो आप ये बिल्कुल बात सही कह रहे हैं कि प्रैक्टिकली तो यूएन भी कुछ नहीं कर पाता है, क्योंकि वीटो पावर जिन कंट्री के पास है वो अपना हुक्म चलाते रहते हैं. और क्रिश्चियन सुप्रीमेसी कहीं पर हो जाती है, कहीं पर मुस्लिम सुप्रीमेसी हो जाती है, कहीं पर ये बुद्धिस्ट सुप्रीमेसी हो जाती है. लेकिन बात ये है कि अगर इनको अपील करने का एक फोरम, चाहे जितना भी उसके दांत टूटे हुए हों, लेकिन वो है तो फिर भी उसको. So rather than looking for disbanding an international organization like the UN, we need to actually find ways to strengthen it. So you are absolutely right that practically we do not have either an international organization or a consensus of that international organization which actually functions. But still we have at least मुंह देखी तो है ना बात. हमको हर साल हर कंट्री को अपना ह्यूमन राइट रिपोर्ट लिख के भेजनी पड़ती है कि हमारे यहाँ जेल में लोगों की कस्टोडियल डेथ नहीं हो रही है, हमारे यहाँ औरतों की स्थिति खराब नहीं है, हमारे यहाँ दलितों का शोषण नहीं है. लेकिन अगर ये कहने की जरूरत भी बंद हो जाएगी तो फिर हम लोग शायद और भी स्वच्छंद और नृशंस हो जाएंगे. तो एक स्वच्छंदता और नृशंसता के बावजूद जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं हैं उनको अगर हम और अधिक मजबूत बनाने की कोशिश करें, और यहाँ पर आज जो हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो ये कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बौद्धों के जो सिद्धांत हैं वो इसके साथ सुसंगत भी हैं, और खासतौर से क्योंकि बौद्धों का एक विचार जिसमें कि ईश्वर और आत्मा के ऊपर आग्रह नहीं है, इस कारण वो बेहतर हैं इनके साथ सुसंगत होने में अन्य के मुकाबले. ये एक आर्गुमेंट दिया जाता है. जो आप सर ने कहा कि जो आर्गुमेंट तो दिया जाता है पर इतिहास का गवाह नहीं है, जैसा कि अपने सेक्शन देखा कि इतिहास इसका गवाह नहीं है कि जो लोग ये बात कहते हैं वो करते भी हैं, करते तो बिल्कुल नहीं.
Professor Rai, sir, if you allow, we have 2 questions in the chat.
Okay, let them ask.
Yes, so we can take these 2 questions. Firstly, there is a question like, how can a Buddhist compassion support human rights in today's world?
You know, this is what they are, as I mentioned, that a lot of people right now are talking about personal purification. And as I said, that Google has this leadership program by actually making individual people more compassionate. And then the idea is that if you actually have a conflict resolution mechanism for individuals, then that can also function for interpersonal relationships and also international protocol. So the only way the Buddhists are emphasizing is that actually, much like the yogic people who say that yatha pinde tatha brahmande, that actually if you actually work on yourself and make yourself more pure and compassionate, that is how you can do it for the rest of the world. Otherwise, the argument that you are saying that, can you persuade Donald Trump to become a Buddhist? The idea is good luck. I really wish it could happen.
We understand, sir. And the other question is that was on a lighter note. I will believe. And now the question is from Dr. Ranjana Yadavji. She said, if the doctrine of emptiness denies any fixed essence to human beings, on what philosophical basis can Buddhism defend the universality of human rights and the intrinsic value of human life without appealing to metaphysical foundations?
Yeah, it's a very serious question, and I think I have also pointed out that if you literally take that position, that if the things have no real nature at all, then you have a problem. But the Buddhists have take recourse to another theory that empirically there is a self, and that empirical self is actually causally determined, and that empirical self can then become the ground for not only compassion but also human rights. So it's more or less like the two-world theory, that though at the fundamental level in the Advaiti, everything is of the self-same consciousness, so also here they are saying that nothing has a real ultimate essence, but functionally we are all part of a dependent origination and have a nature, and this nature is causally determined. This causally determined individual nature is related to others, and the normatively acceptable relationship will be that of karuna and metta, and that karuna and metta can then become the kind of sources which go well with human right discourse, though they are not necessarily exactly meant in the way that they are. Because the idea of the state is not spoken of by Buddhism at all. And the idea of human rights is essentially related to the idea of the state. State will ensure that my human rights are protected. If there's no state, then who will protect my human rights? But since Buddhism is silent about the state, it cannot directly talk about that. But in the other way, you can develop that. And that is the way which most people are doing that. And so in the human rights discourse on the international peace, this is the kind of course that can be taken.
Professor Rai, sir, do you want to make any comment on this?
No,
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chandra, sir. We learned so much from the talk and from the questions you answered, and I believe you will be here for next presenter. Yes, thank you, sir. And now we proceed with the next presenter. Dr. Rai, sir, you'd like to invite him? Okay. So our next presenter for today's the session is Dr. Prashant Shukla ji. He is Professor, Department of Philosophy, University of Lucknow, and he will be speaking on the concept of Upay Kaushal in Mahayana Buddhism, and again on compassion, conflict transformation, and responses to war and violence. Dr. Prashant Shukla ji, we welcome you.
Thank you to the organizers for allowing me to dais with some of the brilliant minds in the country. In fact, that is an honor to share the dais with people like Professor Rai sir, Professor Tiwari sir, and Professor Chandra sir. So let me admit, I'm a little bit afraid, but let's carry on. The topic which I have chosen is the concept of upaya, particularly in Mahayana Buddhist philosophy. Let me begin the discussion with a simple question. Have you ever tried to explain something deeply important to someone you love and then failed? Perhaps you want to explain your grief, but words sounded hollow. Perhaps You wanted to convey the depth of your love, but language seems inadequate. Or perhaps you experienced a profound insight, a moment of clarity, a spiritual awakening, and discovered that no vocabulary could adequately communicate it. This is not merely a personal problem. In fact, it is one of the oldest philosophical problems in the human history. How can the ultimate truth be communicated through our limited language? How can wisdom be transmitted to minds that are not yet prepared to receive it? And perhaps most importantly, how can we help others awaken without forcing them to become copies of ourselves? More than 2000 years ago, Buddhism confronted precisely this challenge. The answer it developed was a concept so profound, so psychologically sophisticated, and so socially relevant that it may offer solutions not only for spiritual seeker but also for educator, therapists, policymaker, and even ordinary human beings like us. The concept is upaya, commonly translated as the skillful means. Today, I want to explore why this ancient Buddhist idea might be one of the humanity's most important yet most misunderstood philosophical discoveries. This paper is an attempt to systematically analyze the role of upaya in the Mahayana Buddhist thinking and its relationship to Nibbana. The vast system of Buddhist theology and philosophy originated from spiritual realization of a single man, Gautam Buddha. He was historically the first to encounter the formidable task of communicating enlightenment, which is an intuitive experience transcending conventional language and thoughts to the non-enlightened ones. Now, it was quite obvious that such communication would only be perfect if the learner herself could share the experience in person. But enlightenment is based on a comprehension of interdependent origination. We all know that, Pratitya Samutpad, which entails a deep-seated shuffling from the accepted mode of daily life of the layman. Before this experience can be attained, a discontent with conventional life must exist, as well as a doubt of the veridical nature of the common sense impression and reasoning. This makes it nearly impossible for the individual to accept ordinary life as the sole reality to spiritual progress. In an attempt to capture the significance of the crucial moment when the historical Buddha decided to communicate his experience, subsequent theologians portrayed the historical Buddha in a theatrical setting, grappling with the question of devoting himself to the enjoyment of his experience of enlightenment or preaching it to an uncomprehending audience. As is depicted in the Majjhima Nikaya, the deity Brahma, symbolically representing the layman, was selected by these writers to accept to the Buddha the 5th week after his enlightenment to request him to preach. At that time, he agreed, even though he realized that the doctrine was so profound, so incomprehensible to the layman, that they would probably scoff at it. It is avyaktani. It is ineffable. Now, this dramatic account is exceedingly important since it is so clearly demonstrates the formidability of communicating the truth of enlightenment. The choice of Brahma symbolizes the human element within the historical Buddha supplicating the spirit of enlightenment. It is only possible to describe this event devotionally as a psychological struggle, as we shall later see. An inevitable function of enlightenment entails its preaching. Here comes the dilemma, the vidvand. Before the enlightened one, whether to devote oneself to the demanding task of preaching to the uncomprehending or enjoying the experience of enlightenment itself. मैं गुड़ खाने के बाद गुड़ की मिठास का आनंद लूं या दूसरों को सामने बयान करना चाहूं कि गुड़ की मिठास होती कैसी है. This is precisely the dilemma. The dilemma the historical Buddha faced was how to communicate his experience, and this was resolved with the nascent of upaya. Fully realizing the inadequacies of human language, which is based on a conceptualized view of reality, he knew that the degree a single individual would profit from his preaching was highly dependent on diverse factors such as the existent spiritual level, past experience, present environment, psychological needs, and so on. He was also aware that it was possible for a layman to benefit as much as a learned monk if the teachings were presented in a manner comprehensible to the layman, bodhgamya. Thus, different varieties and intellectual modes of approaches were necessary. All these forms of communication constituted upaya, an exceedingly egalitarian concept that ultimately embraced every level of Buddhist teaching. As we all know, in early Buddhism, abundant evidences exist of upaya directly towards the conversion of non-Buddhists. For example, Indra, the king of Devas, in the Sakkapana Suttant, and the Devas of 6 directions were transformed in the famous Singhavalokan Suttant. It was exceedingly important that the autochthonous Indian deities around which the theological language permeating Indian thought and culture took shape be used as a means of Buddhist instruction. At the lay level, the 3 kathas or modified form of discourse consisting of Dana Katha, Shila Katha, and Sagga Katha were strategically introduced to practice virtue in expectation of awards in a better future life. But as we see, the ultimate purpose of these practices as a conversion of mental attitude. Ideally, after practicing dana and shila, the ordinary man would discard the naive desire to carry on mundane values and seek nirvana instead. Devotional means such as endowment of the enlightened ones with supernatural power, what we call as iddhi, and the 32 marks of Superman with Jatak moral taste, Jatak Kathain, as well as the prayers of safety, Paritta, all performed similar function, ideally leading to mental purification. At the monk's level, language itself served as upaya, but this was not always necessary. There was also the wordless word, Shabdahina Shabda, as described in the legend of the Buddha's transmission to the Mahakashyap by the sign of a flower. Methods of presentation differed, and at times the doctrine was set forth by means of parable, the analogies such as in the famous burning sermon, or in a mnemonic fashion to facilitate remembrance. Supernatural power served as inducement for novice monks to begin the process of mental purification, and numerous practices such as meditation were devised as methods of spiritually transcending conventional reality. The concept of upaya is inseparable from the notion of Buddha, since it is his means of communication with the unenlightened ones. It also serves as the medium whereby the individual can attain the experience of enlightenment. Somehow, we find the theoretical basis of upaya kaushala as a necessary function of enlightenment even in Nagarjuna Madhyamik Darshan, which subsequently influenced virtually every school of Mahayana Buddhism. In an effort to counterbalance what he considered to be the dangerous realistic extremes of Abhidhamma philosophy, Nagarjuna stressed the theory of shunyata, we all know emptiness, as based on dependent origination. He applied this view to human existence in the following manner, quote unquote, in conventional life, the human consciousness, that is Vijnan, interacts with the so-called objective word, that is Namaru, by grasping the word in order to affirm its own existence. Self is differentiated from other, which in turn is immeasurably divided and further separated from self. This continual differentiation creates the propensity or the vasana to cling to the self and as independent entity, and to others as attributes esteemed in the light of their relation to self. From this particular mental attitude arises the common notions of I am and this is mine, with the self feeding on an outer world like fire on firewood, in order to nourish the illusion of being. These events of human life continuously prevent the individual self-desire to be absolute. According to Nagarjuna, the only method, the sole method of shattering ignorance or avidya and breaking free from the vicious circle of suffering is to reverse the mental process by creating ignorance. If the individual self does not exist, then how will there be something which is my own? He who is without possessiveness and who has no ego, he also does not exist. When I and mine have stopped, then also there is no outside nor an inner self. This acquiring of karma, what we call as upadan, is destroyed. On account of that destruction, there is destruction of the very existence. This does not mean that individual physically become extinct, but rather that he ceases to exist in the cycle of ignorance. The method of attaining such freedom merely necessitates a transformation of mental attitude. But this is the change that shatters the very foundation of a conventional self as grounded on categorical reasoning and on discrimination between self and other. In fact, all the wars happen simply because of the ground reality that we have the feeling of this is mine and this is not mine. Subjective discrimination forms the basis of conventional worldview, since all human discourse and knowledge requires such differentiation. Each object the individual encounters, he labels, and in doing so, separates it as being other than himself. Subsequently, he proceeds to evaluate the other objects in terms of self and his own egocentric need to affirm, again affirm, and perpetuate his existence. Such distortions inevitably lead to human suffering. Release is found in recognizing the true relationship between the subjective self and the so-called objective world in view of the law of interdependence. Such an understanding, which transcends common language and categorical reasoning, is known as the experience of shunyata, on the ground reality, the upaya. In fact, I would like to emphasize that this is the Buddhist concept of upaya we use in our day-to-day experiences. मुझको याद आता है प्रोफेसर चंद्रन ने चर्चा की थी कि जब वो बाराबंकी में कुछ मुस्लिम महिलाओं के साथ चर्चा करने गए थे कि अपनी मिनिमल ह्यूमन डिग्निटी की चर्चा करो, अपनी आवाज उठाओ, तो महिलाएं इस बात को मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं थी। तो अंत में उपाय का प्रयोग करते हुए उनको कहना पड़ा कि अगर आप अपनी मिनिमल ह्यूमन डिग्निटी की चर्चा ना करोगे तो आपका नुकसान हो या ना हो, वो आप खुदा आपसे नाराज हो जाएगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों ने उपाय कौशल का इस्तेमाल किया ताकि हम अपनी बातों को दूसरों तक बेहतर तरीके से पहुंचा पाएंगे। This is not the ultimate reality. It is simply an effort to make the thing more comprehensible to the layman. And maybe this was the success of the Buddhist methodology, and that is why Buddhism as a theory becomes more popular than anyone existing. Shunyata or upaya represents the condition wherein the subjective clinging to the exterior world is denied and the endless cycle of clinging ceases. It is the perfect claim in which the interrelated nature of all existence can be intuitively comprehended. But Shunyatam Prayojanam in the second aspect, whereas the individual comprehends the natural tendency in the simplest manner possible, and that is upaya. So what we want to emphasize here, that upaya is like a method for the enlightened one's communication of his own experience, a method of spiritual awakening for the ignorant sentient being. It is a method of communication. It represents the conventional truth taught by the enlightened one, the blessed one, the manifestation of the origin or the true nature of the enlightenment and the apparent compassion of the Bodhisattva. Each of these functions in turn can serve as a means for the ignorant sentient being to attain enlightenment. The ultimate upaya in Mahayana Buddhism is the Bodhisattva way founded on the concept of pragya and karuna. This is the method par excellence of communicating the fruits of enlightenment to being in the conventional world, the Vyavharik Jagat, and at the same time serve as a staircase, a ladder, a pathway for individual spiritual progress. In this manner, upaya becomes not a mere device or secondary teaching, but rather represents the most crucial concept of Mahayana Buddhism, the integral aspect of enlightenment that spontaneously necessitates the enlightenment of all existent as symbolized by Bodhisattva. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji. Yes, compassion, and as you said that I yeah, compassion is very much required, and it is like as you said that you and Dr. Chandra sir approached to few ladies of certain beliefs to 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 have that harmony and to think about their rights in other. So that was very nice effort by you and sir, and yes, sir is also here. So I request firstly for to the chair to have some to have his feedback, and then we can proceed with the questions. Professor Rai, sir. Yes, there is a feedback from Anup Singh ji. He said that it is highly insightful and enriching lecture, and you made a clear explanation and about the in-depth knowledge about the upaya kaushal, as you mentioned, and you have given various upayas also. And the example you have quoted, that गुड़ की व्याख्या करना कि गुड़ मीठा है या गुड़ खाकर उसका एक्चुअली वो बताना, दोनों चीजों में फर्क है. और so Tulika has raised hand. Ji, Dr. Tulika Gupta.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, like always, this was like one of the very enlightening sessions. Sir, I could interpret from your talk that in order to experience shunyata, we need to destroy the egocentric approach, right? We need to go back to the basics, unlearn what we have already learned. We need to let go all the manipulations and diplomacy. But so I just need your suggestion about this. Do you not think that if we let go our self, the identity, how are we going to build our identity in society where there is such hardcore competition? Everybody has to have a place in in the society. Also, second question that I wanted you to answer to was the upaya kaushal that you just mentioned about. This does it has to differ from one individual to another? Like you just quoted the example of Professor Rakesh sir, that when he went to visit Barabanki, he had to ask those women to kind of think about their own dignity and then figure out if they are treated or respected well or not. So does this differ from like one community to another or one person to another? These are the two questions, sir, that I am seeking answer.
Thank you, Tulika, for your learned remarks. The point is, Upay does not differ from speaker to speaker. The Upay is supposed to be customized as per the requirement of the audience. तो आप खुद एक टीचर रहे हैं, आपको पता होगा जब आप ग्रेजुएशन के स्टूडेंट को पढ़ाते हो आपको एक अलग तरह का स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन करना पड़ता है, और अगर आप ट्वेल्थ के या फिर 10th के स्टूडेंट को पढ़ाते हो आपको अपने लैंग्वेज को बदलना पड़ता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि सच्चाई बदल गई, लेकिन आपको अपनी सच्चाई, अपने कथन को और अधिक बोधगम्य बनाना पड़ता है। जैसा कि सर ने बताया कि अगर कोई पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों को झोपड़ी के बाहर बुलाना चाहते हैं तो वो कहते हैं कि वो देखो सामने एक सोने का रथ खड़ा है। वो बात दूसरी है, वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि सोने का रथ वहां पे नहीं है। But the purpose is to call the people out of the hut because they believe that the hut is going to burn and the child are in danger. So this is an upaya or the skillful means so that the truth can be served and in an comprehensible manner. इसलिए तो हम कहते हैं the approach of Buddhism is neither idealist nor realist but a pragmatist approach. Because how the truth works is more important than sitting on an ivory tower and explaining that to them whether they are comprehending in them or not. तो बुद्धा को ये कहना है कि अपनी बात को सुनने वाले के स्तर पर उतर कर एक्सप्लेन करना चाहिए, एंड दैट इज द सिंपलेस्ट डेफिनेशन ऑफ उपाय कौशल और उपाय कौशल्य। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dr. Tulika ji. And now we have, do we have another questions from other participants? Please may raise your hands or you can ask in the chat box. Dr. Prashant ji, we are receiving a lot of appreciation for your talk in the chat box.
Apataji, AKY sir couldn't join because there is no electricity.
Oh,
He called me. Yeah.
okay, okay. So,
Sir's lecture is highly insightful.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's Avdik. Yes. And we are very happy and glad to inform that our Director of Institute of Advanced Sciences, Professor Balram Singh sir, has joined this session. And it is very quite early there in USA. So I'm not sure if he's able to turn on this camera, but we are very happy and delighted to see him here because it's our 4-day international conference, and only his vision has provided us this way to from the platform of INADS World Campus and Kuruom School of Advanced Sciences, we are able to have this. Yes, sir is here. Organize this so informative conference. So, sir is here. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
We are happy, sir, and we were just thinking about you because as Shipra ji just mentioned that our president of this session is not here because of the switch off, because of the light electricity problem.
Yeah.
So we are happy that at least our institute head is here. So, sir, if you have heard any of the talks, or you can give your, you can share your vision with us in this as a chair of this session.
Well, I just turned it on. Obviously, I was just hearing about the upay. So we have to find. I've been very fascinated with this whole idea that Sipra brought up to have about Buddhism, because I find my experience, my interaction with people who are of Buddhist nature, they seem to be very thoughtful. They seem to try to solve their problems by themselves without making big noises, which many other religious groups do in this world. and I found that they have engaged science. Especially Dalai Lama's group has been very active, of course, in India and in Tibet, but more importantly in the United States. And they have most other, like I said, most other religions, that includes Hindu thoughts, which is, the practitioners do not have that much integration in science or engagement in science as much as Buddhists have. So Dalai Lama has done some research here about yoga, meditation, and its effect on brain. And so one of the ways so anything is considered science if it is affected by the time or the place. And one of the things that I remember reading about an article that was published in Proceedings of National Academy of Science in America, and a collaboration of people, professors from MIT, University of Wisconsin, that the monks who have been practicing meditation for 15,000 hours, 30,000 hours, and 45,000 hours, their correlation of gamma waves increases. So what I'm trying to say that whatever modern science considers as a science, under certain conditions, Buddhist groups, especially those who are working with the Dalai Lama, they have tried to do that. That establishes a very strong link of whatever Buddhist or thoughts were or practices were, that they can be today examined in terms of science. And I find this whole idea, the concept of having a discussion about Buddhism and violence in the society to make it very contemporary. And like I said, the Buddhists are very open to contemporary thoughts. And that reflects that Buddha was very open for contemporary thoughts. He really addressed what he addressed. He left his home, he left his family because he was concerned what was going on in the society. And he was able to demonstrate to people, even there are stories, and I'm sorry I have not been able to attend all the sessions, but there must have been discussion about it, how a thief comes to him and wants to see whether he has a solution for that. All kind of people. So he was able to satisfy people of the time, of the kind as it was, and which is really the greatest thing we as a scholars can learn and get fascinated with, or we get inspired by the methodology that Buddha practiced. So that methodology is important today. Whatever that is, if yoga and health comes, I think we need to consider that. But in the society, there is a violence. We need to think about how to practice today. I mean, that means what me, Balram Singh, can do so that people can see that this is possible even in today's world where things have gone really out of control for humanity. Violence is not only in terms of the physical violence that people demonstrate, but also the mental violence, the practice violence, where we are talking about violence against the environment, the plants, the animals, the insects. And I think the Buddha's ideas of what thoughts he had, that's of course like we were talking about upaya and other things. But more important thing is his own way of approaching this, we all can follow. And that's what I would like to comment on. Aparna.
थैंक यू सर ऐसा लगा नहीं कि आपके वहां भी बहुत अर्ली मॉर्निंग है हमें लगा
ये ब्रह्म मुहूर्त बोलते हैं इसको, उठ गए तो उठ गए फिर जब तक अभी आजकल मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा और टाइमली सोने का, नहीं तो मैं जग भी सकता था, रात में जग के और अटेंड भी करता हूँ। लेकिन आजकल थोड़ा सा जब से मेरा स्वास्थ्य के लिए थोड़ी सी आवश्यकता पड़ी है कि नहीं हमको सोना और चाहिए, इसलिए मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन जब उठ जाता हूँ तो उठ जाता हूँ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
जी जी, और क्योंकि 3 दिन से हम अभी बुद्धिज्म का सुन रहे हैं, तो मैं जो कि बिल्कुल ही डिफरेंट फील्ड से हूँ, जबकि कई बातें यहाँ वहां से वैदिक थॉट्स हैं बुद्धिज्म में, तो मुझे पता चला कि बुद्धा का अर्थ ही है अवेकनिंग, तो जागृत अवस्था में रहना और अपने एक्शंस को कंट्रोल करके अपने माइंड से, कंपैशन से पीस की तरफ आगे बढ़ना, यही सब बातें हम यहाँ बुद्धिज्म वर्कशॉप के थ्रू सीख रहे हैं. So thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much all the speakers of this session. Professor D.N. Tiwari sir is also here, and our A.K. Rai sir. A special thanks to our chair. Sincere thanks to him. And now I request Dr. Tulika Gupta ji to summarize the day with her concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just take 1 second. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the third day of four-day international workshop on exploring Buddhist philosophy and its responses to war and violence started with the welcome address by Dr. Shipra Dikshit. She greeted all the eminent guests and participants for the workshop, and the first session was chaired by Dr. Prashant Shukla, who is Professor of Philosophy, University of Lucknow. The first speaker for this session was Dr. Gyan Prakash, who is Head of Department from IIT Dhanbad, and the topic that he shed light on was Pramana, Perception and Inference. Speaker started his paper by introducing Buddhist philosophy with the help of a real-life example. A very detailed idea of Buddhism was mentioned, and how the school of philosophy was misinterpreted as an anti-Vedic school and tagged as a heterodox school was mentioned by Sir, and the relevance of valid knowledge and how it has the potential to give immense inputs in an individual's life was emphasized. Sir also emphasized on the fact that even in one's own life, we must only rely on valid sources of knowledge. Through several examples, analogies, and real life situations, he explained how a simple wrong source of knowledge can change the entire notion and meaning of a particular concept. This is the reason why the right inquiry is very essential in the context of pramana. The second paper was presented by Dr. Jayant Upadhyay, who is an associate professor at Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya. Sir chose the topic Apoha theory, which is exclusion, and along with this, a comparative session between Nyaya and Buddhism was discussed. He mentioned that the silence adapted by Buddha was actually an initial stage of exclusion. Further, he mentioned that Apoha theory was developed principally by Dingnag and later refined by Dharmakirti, and is one of the most influential contributions of Buddhist philosophy to Indian epistemology and philosophy of language. The theory emerged as a response to philosophical problem of universals and a nature of linguistic meaning. Buddhist philosophers maintained that only particular momentary entities possess ultimate reality. Since no permanent universal exists in the external world, words cannot derive their meanings from real universals such as cowness or humanness. A very meaningful discussion post this paper, and the questionnaire round was conducted, and the speakers thoroughly finished their papers. Then the sixth session started, which was moderated by Dr. Aparna Dheer. Speaker welcomed everyone, and session was chaired by retired Professor A.K. Rai, former head Department of Philosophy, Banaras Hindu University. The first speaker of the session was retired Professor D.N. Tiwari, Banaras Hindu University, and the topic that Sir enlightened us on was Buddhism on War and Peace. Respected speaker divided his paper in three parts. First was specifically focused on war and conflicts and how peace must be the main aim of mankind. Second part of his paper was specified upon Buddhism on war and peace, and the third one was the conclusion. He quoted, "No problem is problem in itself, and all the problems are imposed, and it is a result of imposing one's ideology onto another." Sir mentioned the four important factors from Hinduism, that is Sam, Dam, Dand, and Bhed, and how these upayas plays essential role in the context of war and peace. Sir also mentioned that Buddhism, being an anthropocentric school of philosophy, focuses on bringing cultural changes and substantial notions in context of peace. The human mind is like a fertile soil. When nourished with the seeds of compassion, wisdom, and kindness, it yields peace. And when fed with greed, hatred, ego, and wrong desires, it gives rise to conflict and suffering. And by the end of the session, Sir gave a very defined conclusion of the paper by specifying the consequences that if war is not eradicated, we might have to start believing that it could bring an end to mankind. The second speaker of this session was retired Professor Rakesh Chandra Sir, Professor of Eminence, University of Lucknow, and the topic chosen to speak was Some Reflections on Buddhism, Peace and Human Rights. Sir presented a critical examination of complex relationship between Buddhism, peace and human rights across different historical and cultural contexts. While Buddhism is also associated with non-violence, compassion and peace, the paper highlighted that Buddhist traditions have also been implicated in conflicts, wars, nationalist movements, and political legitimization of violence. Historical examples from several countries were demonstrated the diverse ways in which Buddhist ideas have been interpreted and employed in social and political life. An important quote in the context of peace was made, which was by awaken to awaken. The paper further analyzed whether compassion can serve as a sufficient basis for human rights or whether some minimal foundational conception of human dignity remains necessary. It concluded by emphasizing the need for deeper philosophical engagement with the challenges of constructing ethics and politics in a non metaphysical framework. The presentation offered a nuanced and thought provoking exploration of possibilities and limitations of Buddhist thought in addressing contemporary concerns regarding peace, human rights, and moral responsibility. The last speaker of the session was Dr. Prashant Shukla, Professor of Philosophy, Department of Philosophy, University of Lucknow. And the topic Sir chose to speak on was the concept of Upaya Kaushal in Mahayana Buddhism, compassion, conflict, transformation, and responses to war and violence. Sir started the paper with a very strong statement about human nature. The paper presented a profound philosophical examination of the Mahayana Buddhist concept of Upaya Kaushal and its significance in addressing war, violence, and conflict. Moving beyond the conventional understanding of Upaya as a mere pedagogical device, it represents the dynamic expression of enlightened vision and compassion within the world of human experience. Drawing upon the sources such as Lotus Sutra, the Upaya Kaushal Sutra, and philosophy of Nagarjuna, the paper explored how ignorance, attachment to fixed identities, and dualistic distinction between self and other become the root cause of violence and conflict. Particular emphasis was placed on Bodhisattva ideal as ethical embodiment of Upaya Kaushal, integrating wisdom and compassion for the welfare of all beings. Sir critically examined the ethical tensions surrounding compassionate interventions and concluded that Mahayana Buddhism does not advocate justified violence, but rather promotes the transformation of the mental and social conditions that give rise to conflict. By the end of all the sessions, a detailed round of discussion and questionnaire was done, and all of the speakers very insightfully answered to the queries with sheer resilience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tulika Gupta ji. That was again a recall of whole of the day by you, and we are very thankful to you. And now, as we are approaching to conclude this day, we are very thankful and grateful to all the speakers, presenters, and the participants of the day, and our learned chairs who have made this day again a very informative and enlightening with their thoughts and exchange of questions and answers. And a special thanks to Professor Balram Singh sir, our director, to join even in the Brahm Muhurat of the day of his country. So, and as you all receiving all the questionnaires and links for the your assignments by the end of the day. So please sincerely complete those assignments, and we look forward that you, if you have any doubts, you can clear through the videos we are uploading on our Facebook and also on our YouTube channels. You can see and revise the assignments again according to that. And I think that's all for today, and it will be nice. And tomorrow will be the concluding day of the 4-day international workshop. And Shipraji, do you want to add something?
No, you have moderated very well. Thank you, Aparna ji. Okay. And see you all tomorrow at 10:30 with new speakers and new topics. Tomorrow is the last day, so we have guest of honor in the morning session. So please be there to join him, and see you all. Namaskar.
Yes, and if you are having any problem like today, some of you join having problem. So we believe that the link will be open by at least 10:20 So at 10 minutes before the workshop timing, so you will be easily joining the workshop. Thank you all. Namaste. See you tomorrow at 10:30.
See you.
Namaste.